5 years because of the poor circulation. We're all healed, and I'm feeling far better.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
Have you waited to buy a MyPillow? Well, you're in luck. For August only, when you buy one premium MyPillow, you'll still get that second one for free, but you'll also receive 2 additional Go Anywhere MyPillows for free. So you're actually getting 2 premium and 2 Go Anywhere MyPillows for the price of only 1. It's the best offer ever. Nearly every AM 560 host endorses MyPillow because it's the best. The National Sleep Foundation agrees because they made it their official pillow. It's washable to remove all the ickies that cause allergies, acne, and asthma, so it's healthy. And you'll sleep better. Visit MyPillow.com, click the radio listener special tab, and use the promo code Amy. You'll get 2 premium MyPillows and 2 Go Anywhere for the price of 1. Or call 800-489-0201, mention the radio listener special, and use the promo code Amy. That's MyPillow.com or 800-489-0201.
AM 560, The Answer.
Thanks for being with us. Here's a story that would welcome copycats. It's one of compassion and support, kindness and caring. Here's hoping you see something like it at your local high school football game tonight. Be sure to look up the video online. It's gone viral, shared by nearly 10 million people, including me. A Northern California high school football team paid tribute to a member of the family before their most recent game with a gesture to honor a student battling cancer. Ashley Adamits, a cheerleader for Foothill High School in Palo Cedro, California, was diagnosed with chronic myeloid leukemia in early August, and KRCR Television says she's undergone daily chemotherapy treatments since. Well, last Friday, all 57 members of the team laid an orange rose at her feet as they took the field. Orange is the color for leukemia awareness. On her Twitter account, Ashley says she was shocked, overwhelmed, and speechless. The gesture was arranged by Ryan Catano, a senior on the team. The Cougars, by the way, take their 2-0 record on the road this evening against Red Bluff. For Jennifer Kashenka, I'm Gordon Deal. Thanks for listening to This Morning, America's First News.
There once was a boy wizard whose name was Larry Smarter.
Larry, why weren't you in Professor Dinky Doodle's mythical creature classification class?
Well, I'm taking Algebra 2 in a foreign language.
Oh, so you can talk to unicorns?
Not exactly, unless they're French.
Larry wanted to go to college, so he visited knowhowtogo.org to find the classes he really needed. Getting into college doesn't happen magically. Learn more at knowhowtogo.org.
Brought to you by the American Council on Education, Lumina Foundation for Education, and the Ad Council.
The real estate market can be tricky to navigate. The only edge to help you get ahead is knowledge and experience. And Real Estate Revealed is that edge. Heard Sunday mornings at 8 and hosted by Randy Barcella. Real Estate Revealed uncovers truths about the real estate market with an entire team of experts. Their real estate power allows them to present their experiences to benefit you before your next transaction. Real Estate Revealed, Sunday mornings at 8 on AM 560, The Answer. What's happening? What does it mean? Why is it important? We've got The Answer. AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. A 5th nuclear test by North Korea drawing swift international condemnation.
The blast appeared to be North Korea's largest yet. South Korea convened its Security Council and Japan dispatched planes to check for radioactivity.
Fox Video's Alistair Wanklin in Laos, where an agent summit, including President Obama, just wrapped up yesterday. The test, so strong it made a 5.3 magnitude earthquake, comes just days after a UN Security Council warning about the North's latest missile launch. And as Secretary of State Kerry meets with Russia's foreign minister on Syria.
We had a serious conversation about it. Obviously, Japan and South Korea particularly are deeply concerned because of the neighborhood.
China, North Korea's strongest political ally, plans to formally protest the nuclear test with Pyongyang's ambassador in Beijing, but also still opposes U.S. deployment of an advanced missile system in South Korea. State media in China calling on all sides to, quote, stop adding oil to the flames. New polls show a tightening presidential race.
In the latest Quinnipiac battleground polls in Florida, where Trump goes today, he's tied with Clinton at 43%. Libertarian Gary Johnson gets 8%, Jill Stein of the Green Party 2%. Then must win Ohio for Trump. No Republicans got in the White House without that. He's opened a 4-point lead, 41-37. Johnson at 14%.
Fox's Ed Henry. Gary Johnson gets 15% in North Carolina, where Clinton leads by 4 in a one-on-one matchup with Trump. The polls also give her a 5-point edge in Pennsylvania. The FAA now telling travelers don't pack any Samsung Galaxy Note 7 phones or charge them on planes or turn them on because of the fire hazard.
Qantas, Jetstar, Virgin Australia, Tiger Airways, they are banning the Samsung 7s from any type of flight at all.
Fox Business Network Cheryl Casoni, they're recalled. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Outside, we have 71 degrees this early morning. Partly cloudy skies. 5:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. City of Chicago receiving almost $2.5 million in federal money to help cover the overtime costs for police officers amid a summer spike in violent crime. Senator Dick Durbin announcing the city is among the latest recipients of funding from the Department of Justice. Chicago Teachers Union sets dates for a strike authorization vote. House of Delegates Wednesday saying a vote will take place September 21 and confirmed that vote yesterday, saying that vote would run through at least September 23. It is a 6-month prison term for a former parking executive who took a bribe to sell a Chicago parking meter contract. Prosecutors say former Laz parking executive Felipe Oropesa sold a $22 million contract for a $90,000 bribe from a Florida businessman. Chicago man gets 5 years for killing his foster mother. Joshua Brooks was found guilty of involuntary manslaughter during a bench trial in May. Mayor Emanuel's plan to raise the city's water and sewer taxes, getting initial approval from City Council. Aldermen making up the Finance Committee approved the tax increase plan on a 26-6 vote. Emanuel says he wants to use the extra revenue to plug the city employee pension fund. Cook County prosecutors are charging a Chicago police officer with aggravated battery for allegedly clubbing a man with his baton at a block party on the west side 2 years ago. Video taken by a bystander shows 31-year-old Brett Kahn slamming a woman onto the hood of a police vehicle and handcuffing her. It also shows Kahn striking a man in the head and knocking him to the ground. Kahn's report says the man tried to hit him first, but the video recorded no such attempt. Chicago public school officials are looking into what's believed to be a camera set up in a school bathroom. The discovery made Wednesday morning at Ogden International School on the near north side. A manufacturer of gluten-free and allergy-friendly cookies and other foods says it's moving production out of Illinois, leaving Schiller Park and headed for southern Indiana. Enjoy Life Foods says it plans to create 200 new jobs in Jeffersonville by 2017. Milwaukee beat the Cardinals 12-5. That reduces the Cubs' magic number to 8. Broncos win in a Super Bowl rematch over the Panthers 21-20. The news service of Amtrak. Great memories are made on trains and not in traffic. Experience travel the way it should be. Go from Chicago to New Orleans for $104 with Amtrak Saver Fares. Book now at amtrak.com/saverfares and see where the train can take you. Restrictions apply. 5:05 is our time. Check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
When a politician says that they're going to raise taxes on small business, you need to realize that what they're saying is they're going to kill jobs.
The Dave Ramsey Show.
Because it's a very simple thing when you're running a small business. If you have your costs go up and you're in a business where you're competitive and you don't have the ability to raise your prices, then you simply cannot hire as many people. It's a very simple thing.
Dave Ramsey. Weeknights starting at 7. Presented by Wintrust Community Bank on AM 560. The Answer.
Congratulations on that 401k. It's officially going nowhere, and you're probably going to have to pay to get your money out. And congratulations thinking Social Security will float you through retirement. Wake up, answer listeners. Real wealth comes from real estate. I'm Sean Thompson. My company is Liberty Real Estate Services, and it's time to invest in a personal real estate portfolio that will secure your future. With Liberty Real Estate, we'll help you buy those properties, and most importantly, we'll help you manage those properties once they've been acquired. Financial independence can only be achieved when you've broken down the market like I have. Nobody wants to rent your 401k, but many want to rent your house. Real wealth comes from real estate with Liberty Real Estate Services. Call me right now at 630-323-4376. That number again is 630-323-4376, or visit the website at libertyrealestateservices.com for information you'll need to get real financial freedom and control your destiny. 630-323-4376 or libertyrealestateservices.com. It's time.
You love to shop, but in order to shop, you need money, which these days can be hard to come by. What if you could earn cash for shopping? Semperfly.info is the ultimate online shopping destination and the leader of online cashback shopping. You'll earn cashback every time you shop online for the products and services you're already buying. You'll get the best coupons and deals available online for thousands of your favorite stores and millions of products with an average 40% off on daily deals. Think of it, over 30 million products at the best prices and 3,500 exclusive products sold nowhere else. You'll be in shopping heaven. You can shop from the comfort of your own home and get paid for it. Plus, the Refer a Friend program allows you to get paid cash for all your friends and family's purchases as well. Start getting paid to shop for the exclusive brands that you already know and trust now at Semperfly.info. That's Semperfly.info. Semperfly.info is an unfranchise of Shop.com, a trusted top 60 internet retailer.
Have you wanted to buy a MyPillow? You're in luck. For August only, when you buy one premium MyPillow, you'll still get the second one for free, but you'll also receive 2 additional Go Anywhere MyPillows for free. So you're actually getting 2 premium and 2 Go Anywhere MyPillows for the price of only one. It's the best offer ever. Nearly every AM 560 host endorses MyPillow because it's the best. The National Sleep Foundation agrees because they made it their official pillow. It's washable to remove all the ickies that cause allergies, acne, asthma. So it's healthy and you'll sleep better. Visit MyPillow.com. Click the radio listener special tab and use the promo code Joe. You'll get 2 premium MyPillows and 2 Go Anywhere for the price of one. Or you can call 1-800-489-0201. Mention the radio listener special and use the promo code Joe. That's MyPillow.com or 800-489-0201.
5:08. Let's check the roads. AM 560 traffic center time. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Good morning, Mike. In northwest Indiana, the fog is a real factor. Visibilities are reduced, especially along I-65. Earlier delays on the outbound Kennedy have dissipated. Overnight road construction has cleared around Cumberland. Traffic is moving nicely in both directions. Same goes for the outbound Eisenhower. There was work near First Avenue. That is now gone. The Rhine, there's still outbound work at 87th Street. 3 right lanes are closed there till 6 this morning. Traffic is a service of Cabela's. It's time to gear up at Cabela's Fall Great Outdoor Days. Find great deals on the latest hunting gear, supplies, and outdoor apparel. Save $100 on an Ozonics HR200 scent eliminator device. Don't miss Cabela's Full Great Outdoor Days on Hoffman Estates and Hammond. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Need that scent eliminator device for my 2 teenagers in high school this morning. Wow. Chicago's Morning Answer starts next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Providing the right climate for business since 1935. Here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Today, some sun, then clouds increasing. Humid with a shower or thunderstorm in spots late in the afternoon. High of 82. Mainly cloudy and humid tonight with occasional rain and a thunderstorm low of 66. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently 67 at O'Hare, 70 along the lakefront. As Jim told you, heavy fog right now in Lansing, 64 there, and anywhere south of I-80 all the way down to Peoria this morning. Dense and heavy fog into Valpo, up to Benton Harbor in Michigan this morning as well. Next news at 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
Listen to AM 560 on your mobile device. Now available on iHeartRadio. Online at iHeartRadio.com.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. And Amy, you should smile more. Oh, I'm sorry.
Excuse me?
That's sexist. I apologize.
What are you saying?
For
Are you
that.
saying that I look bad?
Right.
That I look sad all the time or angry?
The sullen, vile, criminal? No, I'm not saying those things. So it's
Maybe you should smile more.
Maybe you shouldn't be held to a different standard of having to be happy-go-lucky in these challenging, dour times. So when the left,
If you were me, would you be smiling? Mm-hmm.
No.
Raising children, doing all that. School is back. Homework's back.
No.
Activities are back.
No, I
live
wouldn't.
out of my car. You can reach me if you ever need me. I'm in my minivan.
I'll tell you what, that's a pretty good Hillary Clinton impersonation that you do. Because when things are going bad, the left goes back to the fundamentals. Like Hillary Clinton is a woman/victim again.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is this when I need to pull my Helen Reddy song, I Am Woman, Hear Me Roar?
No. This is not
this
is not independent strong woman. This is woman who has been wronged by the patriarchy. This is woman who is a victim of the vast right-wing conspiracy, which is, of course, angry white male, but it's okay to call white men angry. It's not okay to suggest that Hillary Clinton smile more. And they're gonna write theses about these for epochs to come.
Hi, good morning. Secretary Clinton, you've been criticized by the RNC for your demeanor last night, that you were too serious, that you didn't smile enough. Can you react to that? And also, you suggested that there is a double standard. Do you think that you're treated differently in this race because you're a woman?
Well, I'm going to let all of you ponder that last question. I think there will be a lot of PhD theses and popular journalism writing on that subject for years to come.
Oh, yeah. She's such a case study. Isn't she? RNC sexist. Suggesting she smile. I don't want her to smile more.
No.
How
could she smile? It's hard to smile and lie simultaneously. It's because when you're going to lie, you can't be doing this, Dan. Look over here like, hi, you look great today. No, when you're lying about certain things, such as national security in your emails, you got to take a really sullen approach. You got to be serious.
Look, I want her to be the vile, sullen, angry, left-wing radical that she is. She doesn't have to pantomime a human being on my account. So be yourself, honey. Oh. And, the whole thing, and she says this is part of her rap yesterday coming out of that underwhelming performance in the Commander-in-Chief Forum on Wednesday evening. So the whole rap now is, I'm a victim, and I'm being held to a different standard because, remember, I'm a woman. Remember, I'm the first woman major party nominee for president, and all of these things. By the way, when I ran for office,
did you smile when you ran for office?
I don't know if you noticed, but I don't walk around like Joel Osteen. I'm not kind of grinning ear to ear all day either. The idea that somebody suggesting she should smile more is somehow a feminist or a sexist comment, I should say, is absurd. And that's the depths of absurdity we have gotten to with Hillary Clinton's campaign, because she is trying to invoke anything she can to get the conversation off of all of her criminal activity.
Well, did you hear the new thing this morning? Her campaign this morning has announced that they're no longer going to attack Donald Trump, that they're going to focus on her and on her accomplishments only. Now, I think that will last, about a hot second before she goes back to her old ways?
Yeah, well,
that's what politicians do. I mean,
she has super PACs to do the dirty work and so forth. But so now there's the sexist piece of it. Oh, and by the way, another story you may not have known. Okay.
This is why I come to work, so I can learn about the world.
Well, need a little violin music here.
Okay, stand by.
Get ready for this.
Okay.
Did you know Hillary Clinton was bullied before taking the law school test, taking the LSAT?
Really?
Yeah. In an interview
what happened?
That she gave to Humans of New York. It's a Humans of New York is a blog that features interviews done in the streets of New York.
Humans of New York. All right, this is getting better. Yes.
There it is. I was taking a law school admissions test in a big classroom at Harvard. My friend and I were some of the only women in the room. I was feeling nervous. I was a senior in college. I wasn't sure how well I do. And while we're waiting for the exam to start, a group of men began to yell things like, "You don't need to be here," and "There's plenty else you can do." And it turned into a real pile-on.
Did somebody yell, "Go back to the kitchen"?
One of them even said, "If you take my spot, I'll get drafted, and I'll go to Vietnam, and I'll die." And they weren't kidding around. It was intense. It got very personal, but I couldn't respond. I couldn't afford to get distracted because I didn't want to mess up that test. So I just kept looking down, hoping that the proctor would walk into the room. I know I can be perceived as aloof or cold or unemotional, but I had to learn as a young woman to control my emotions. And that's a hard path to walk. And she's been walking that path in those boots that were made for walking for the last 132 years.
Wow. So this is a brand new article.
This is her interview
with Humans
She gave this
of New
interview
York.
Wednesday to Humans of New York, and I hadn't heard this story before. But I mean, it just cast Hillary Clinton a whole new light for you. She has had to conjure up a fictional story about what happened during her taking of the LSAT to cast herself as someone who's overcome the odds and overcome all kinds of institutional barriers to, that young, hot little thing that Bill Clinton met in the Yale Law Library.
Back in 1971. It was the spring of 1971. Their eyes
Flowers
locked.
in bloom.
Their hearts started palpitating, yes. Is there anyone around to back up that story? Who is this?
No.
Who is this quote-unquote friend of hers that she was sitting next to?
No.
Because I really, to say that somebody... I don't do well because I need this so that I don't get drafted and go to Vietnam and die. That seems a little extreme.
Oh, you
it
think
seems
so?
a little fabricated, if I might go so far as to say she might be exaggerating that story.
Well, I mean, it's not like this is somebody who has previously told whoppers about being under sniper fire landing in a foreign country. So it's not like we have a credibility problem here that we shouldn't believe this cartoonish caricature of an LSAT test room where men are yelling, "You don't need to be here." Because that's how men talk.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
When someone's taking a big test, that's what you guys do. You guys are all bullies.
And
I'm starting to feel, really a lot of sympathy and empathize with Hillary Clinton.
There's no question.
Because when I came to work today, I think you yelled at me, "You don't need to be here."
That's
before
right.
you try to drive me off the road.
And then I said, "If you take my spot, I'll get drafted and I'll go to Vietnam and I'll die." And that may have been over the top, but that's just how I felt.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Some sun and clouds today. Can't rule out a thunderstorm late this afternoon and into this evening. A high today of 82. Saturday, we're going to have a shower in the morning for all those soccer games out there. Dan Propp's favorite sport. Then it'll become less humid and breezy, a high of 72. And on Sunday, looks perfect. Plenty of sunshine and a high of 74 degrees. How's that outbound Kennedy doing, Jim Telemonte? The overnight road work been picked up? Here's Jim Telemonte.
It has. Good Friday morning, Amy. Good morning, Dan. Now it's gone, so it's no delay at all on the outbound Kennedy. Earlier it was pretty heavy around Cumberland, but that work has cleared. Also, the outbound Eisenhower had some delays around First Avenue. That's cleared, so both the Kennedy and the Ike are fine. The Edens is wide open. No delays to report on the Stevenson yet. The inbound ride's getting a little congested approaching downtown. I-57, we're seeing delays from 107th to the merge. This is due to that closure of the left lane till November. Work at the CTA stop. Tollways are fine. No delays in northwest Indiana, but there's lots of fog. It's especially dense along I-65, so visibilities are reduced. Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
Is overseas uncertainty making a dent in your portfolio? Is your bank telling you that everything's going to be okay? You don't need to feel like your finances are spiraling out of control. It's time to take a different approach with Online Trading Academy. They'll teach you how to navigate the stock market during these changing times and prepare you for future market fluctuations. Online Trading Academy's certified instructors teach you a rules-based strategy where you'll trade on knowledge, not speculation, so you'll be able to identify market changes before they happen. Reserve your seat today for a free half-day training course at their state-of-the-art education facility in Lombard. Call now, 877-682-2442. Mention AM560 and you'll receive a free home video study course valued at $247. Call now, 877-682-2442.
Mike Rowe here with a quick IAQ test for my buddy Bill.
Wait, I didn't study.
IAQ stands for Indoor Air Quality, something 1 hour excels at.
Well, I aced my SATs, so...
Yes or no? Do you breathe inside your home?
Yeah.
And what do you breathe?
Air.
And what's in that air?
Air?
Sorry, we were looking for dust mites, household pollutants, even formaldehyde.
Wait, I need to move.
Or you could call 1 hour and improve your IAQ.
That sounds smarter.
Let's see how you do with the disclaimer.
Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
Not bad.
Illinois deserves an honest analysis of the problems facing our state. Avoid the spin from the mainstream media and Springfield insiders by tuning in to Illinois Rising every Sunday at 3 p.m. AM 560's Dan Proft and the Illinois Policy Institute tackle the policy and political issues that matter most and discuss possible solutions. So if
he says great things about me, I'm going to say great things about him. I've already said he is really very much of a leader. I mean, you can say, oh, isn't that a terrible thing? He called, I mean, the man has very strong control over a country. Now, it's a very different system, and I don't happen to like the system. But certainly in that system, he's been a leader far more than our president has been a leader.
Coming up at 9, only on AM 560, The Answer.
Nancy Sinatra. Well, we're commiserating with Hillary Clinton and all that she's had to endure to get to this point. And for the things that she hasn't had to endure, no problem. She'll make them up. Randy in Crown Point, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Morning, guys. How is she going to explain this one away, like the hail of bullets on the tarmac? This woman is such a liar that if she had a heart attack, no one would believe it, and she'd be laying on the ground. Although the left-wing media would, because they're the only ones, and they will eat this up.
She's the girl who cried wolf, yes. Yeah, thanks.
Just can't deal with her anymore.
Thanks for the call, Randy. Well, here's some...
Well, she's trying to attract, obviously, she's trying to pull at the heartstrings of independent female voters.
Oh, yeah.
That have accomplished a lot in their lives.
Right.
And that don't know whether or not to vote for her.
Other women who, when they sat for the LSAT, also were jeered by men. Mm-hmm. Yes, I'm sure that happens as a matter of course. Also, related story.
Yes.
When she's not resorting to the sexist charge of the right and telling these stories about all that she's overcome. She has a husband. His name's Bill. He was a president. And he's out on the trail.
Is he behaving himself?
Talking about racism. Yeah. It's a real thing. And you know what Make America Great means, Amy. You know
it's just a racist
comment.
What
it means.
I spent half my lifetime doing this work. I'm old enough to remember the good old days, and they weren't all that good in many ways. That message, I'll give you America Great Again, is if you're a white Southerner, you know exactly what it means, don't you? What it means is, I'll give you the economy you had 50 years ago, and I'll move you back up on the social totem pole and other people down. What Hillary wants to do is take the totem pole down and let us all go forward together.
Wow, he really has a way with words. People used to call this guy the great communicator, and I'm not sure why.
Well, he's slipping.
You know what it means when someone says, I give you America Great Again.
America.
Is that, are you speaking English, Mr. President? So that was Bill Clinton on the stump in Florida. You know, make America great again. You know what that is. It's a dog whistle. We're going to put the Klan in the White House. You think that is that a fair?
No, it's not a fair assessment of making America great again. I have been very hard on Donald Trump, but I really do not believe that he's a racist at all. And there's not one racist bone in his body. I don't believe so.
Well, I'm sorry.
I mean, he shoots from the hip a lot of times, his knee-jerk reactions, and makes comments that I'm not thrilled of, but I don't believe in his heart of hearts that he's a racist.
Well, I'm sorry that you can't hear dog whistles.
Well, should I give away my Make America Great Again hat that I finally got?
You should. Oh, that's right. No, you have to wear it. That was the bet.
I held it up with Larry Elder and took a picture. And then I left it in Cleveland by accident. It was a complete accident.
Well, you should get another one and have you. The bet was that you wear it in studio, and I have not seen it worn in studio.
Yeah, all right. Oh, Mike Scott's shaking his head, yeah?
Yeah, that's right. He was there to witness the bet.
Okay.
To enforce it, essentially, because of your...
What, lackadaisical support of Donald Trump?
Well, no, your lack of execution in terms of living up to your responsibilities. You make a wager, you buy the wager.
I'm a woman. I'm suffering.
Oh, boy, here
just
it is.
like Hillary.
Here it is.
When I had to take a test at University of Iowa in the communications department, somebody walked by.
Hey, you get out of here.
Yeah, somebody walked by and said that.
Mm-hmm.
And then told me that I better not do well because I'm going to take his spot away and he'll be drafted.
Yeah. The person told you that you should get out of here because they were trying to tell you to go to a better school. No. Get out of here. Go to a real college.
It's the Harvard of the Midwest.
Yeah.
I can't even say it without laughing.
Yeah.
They gave tests at the University of Iowa?
Oh, my gosh. Yes,
Wow.
they did. It's
I
amazing.
didn't know that.
Amy was the first University of Iowa graduate to graduate with a degree in social justice. I'm kidding. They're offering that.
Oh,
They're going to
really?
start offering social justice baccalaureate degrees.
At University of Iowa?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I went the way of Gene Wilder, theater major, communications minor. But then I changed that and I dropped the theater because that wasn't going to go anywhere.
The similarities
Yeah.
between you and Gene Wilder are.
I mean, where do we start?
Where do they begin?
Let's
Where do
call
they end?
Steve Tucker and ask him.
Stephen Tucker?
Yeah.
C.S. Tucker?
Yeah, he feels bad for you that you have to work for me. You have to read his Facebook post. It's really he's being victimized by me every morning.
I work for you? Wow.
No.
It's been some kind of coup d'etat.
Excuse me, work with me.
Oh.
He feels sorry for you.
Oh.
Because I'm emotional and he thinks it's too much for you to handle and he doesn't know how you persevere and get through the mornings with me.
I look to the example of Hillary Clinton and I'm inspired to push on. Tom on the Northwest Side, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer. Hey, Tom.
Yeah, there's no Irish saying, and it refers to Hillary. She'd be thrown out of hell for lying.
Okay. Thanks for the call, Tom. And
Good morning to you. Maybe Tom should smile more.
I think Tom, yeah, exactly. Sexist. I think the whole Hillary in hell thing invokes one of the great Far Side cartoons of all time.
Which one?
Where it's the guy who's like pushing a wheelbarrow in hell, and he's smiling and he's whistling, and the one devil says to the other, I don't think we're getting through to this guy.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
When a politician says that they're going to raise taxes on small business, you need to realize that what they're saying is they're going to kill jobs.
The Dave Ramsey Show.
Because it's a very simple thing when you're running a small business. If you have your costs go up and you're in a business where you're competitive and you don't have the ability to raise your prices, then you simply cannot hire as many people. It's a very simple thing.
Dave Ramsey, weeknights starting at 7. Presented by Wintrust Community Bank on AM 560. The Answer.
I just love CertaPro painters. You know, they've been to our home twice now, painted our chipped front porch and my son's bedrooms. Sharp lines, vibrant colors. And you know, fall is right around the corner, the season of colors. So now is the perfect time to update your home. Whether it's a bold new warm color for the dining room or a fresh take on your home's exterior, call CertaPro painters to transform and protect your home before cold weather arrives. Plus, the holidays will be here before you know it. So now is the perfect time to give your home that updated look you've been wanting. Call now to schedule your fall painting project. 1-800-GO-CERTA. I trust CertaPro painters in my home. They were nice guys. They cleaned up after themselves. There wasn't a single drop of paint anywhere except on my beautiful walls. Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated, so you'll feel confident knowing that these are local business owners who are part of your community. Call now for your free fall painting estimate at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's 1-800-GOCERTA. Or visit CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
AM 560. The Answer.
Thank you. Big game this weekend against Iowa State.
Yeah.
Yeah. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We need to remind Mike Pence that his job is to recast the dumb Shiite that Trump says, not double down. That's at 5:38.
And later, Donald Trump goes on RT America, not knowing that RT stands for Russian television. But first, into the newsroom we go. Here is Mike Scott.
70 degrees outside, and we've been telling you this morning, especially Jim in traffic's been keeping us up to date on the heavy, dense fog developing south of I-80 this morning, all the way down to Peoria and Champaign. Drive with care. Northwest Indiana hit with that heavy, dense fog, too. President Obama says any provocative actions by North Korea will have serious consequences. The president issuing the statement after North Korea conducted its fifth nuclear test. Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov and U.S. Secretary of State John Kerry both this morning expressing concerns about the weapons test.
Obviously, Japan and South Korea particularly are deeply concerned because of the neighborhood, but I think it's fair to say that China, Russia, the United States, everybody shares concerns.
China's foreign ministry says it will lodge a formal protest with North Korea's ambassador in Beijing. There is an extraordinary warning out today for air travelers from U.S. aviation safety officials. The FAA says passengers who own new Samsung Galaxy Note 7 smartphones should not turn them on or charge them in flight, following numerous reports of devices catching fire. The West Texas School District canceling classes and all extracurricular activities at its 3 schools today, following a deadly shooting yesterday at its high school in Alpine. Jammed cable cars dangling 11,000 feet above the mountain were ideal overnight to hang out in, but dozens of tourists, including a 10-year-old child, endured it above Mont Blanc in the French Alps. Cables that had become entangled were repaired, and those on board were rescued. Wells Fargo agrees to shell out big bucks to customers. Officials have reached a settlement of at least $150 million for employees reportedly opening accounts for its customers without them knowing. Authorities in Cyprus say the search is on for remnants after a meteor streaking across the nighttime sky may have exploded with a thunderous bang, made the ground shake in that Mediterranean island. City of Chicago receiving more than $2.3 million in federal money to help cover overtime costs for police amid a spike in violent crime. Chicago man receives a 5-year prison sentence for killing his foster mother. Joshua Brooks was found guilty of involuntary manslaughter during a bench trial in May. Mayor Emanuel's plan to raise the city's water and sewer taxes getting initial approval in the city council from the Finance Committee. Milwaukee beat the Cardinals 12-5. That reduces the Cubs' magic number to 8. NFL season opens for real. Broncos in a Super Bowl rematch get a win over the Panthers, 21-20. The news service of Cabela's. It's time to gear up at Cabela's Fall Great Outdoor Days. Find great deals on the latest hunting gear, supplies, and outdoor apparel. Save $100 on an Ozonics HR200 scent-eliminating device. Don't miss Cabela's Fall Great Outdoor Days in Hoffman Estates and Hammond. 5:33, a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
My America is really easy. I can sum up my America in about 9.5 seconds.
The Joe Walsh Show.
It's my life, it's my money, it's my family, it's my business. I'll be responsible for everything. Government, get the hell out of my life. 9.5 freaking seconds.
The Joe Walsh Show. Weeknights starting at 5. Right after Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
That might have been 8.5 seconds.
Cabela's Fall Great Outdoor Days are finally here. Find great deals on all your favorite brands. Don't miss out on their largest sale of the season at Cabela's in Hoffman Estates and Hammond.
Scoundrels are not exclusive to politics. They're smart enough to occupy necessity service industries like the automotive business. As a real estate broker, my car is a lifeline and a total necessity to my business and my family, which is why I had to seek out an honest, truthful auto service provider. For over the past decade, I've put my trust in Craigies Mobile Service Center on Lake Street in Addison.
That is
Craigies
not
handles
just
full auto repair
unpatriotic
domestic vehicles. They pride
and
themselves
insulting
on providing you the
to
best
the people of our country, as well as to our commander-in-chief. It is scary.
They can service and manage your whole fleet. They also provide priority service for your business and can track each vehicle.
We don't send our brave men and women around the world to steal oil.
Since 1959, Craigies Mobile Service Center has thrived through 10 presidential administrations, giving you reputable, dependable, and honest auto repair. Do yourself a favor. Just go into Craigie's on Lake Street in Addison. See my guy Vic. He'll set you up. Tell him Sean from Elmwood Park sent you. I approve of this message, unlike the two presidential candidates.
5:35, let's check the roads in our AM 560 traffic center. The latest with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Michael. Visibilities are down under a quarter mile well south of Chicago. That's
Vladimir
true
Putin is an aggressor that does not share our interests.
Vladimir Putin in northwest Indiana,
is violating the sovereignty of neighboring countries.
Mix in some construction in the Merrillville area. Delays on northbound 65 for 109.
I want to know whether you believe that your candidate for president believes he would succeed a legitimate president or not. Does he believe he would succeed a legitimate president?
Donald Trump believes now that he was born in the United States. But that issue was raised originally. That issue was raised originally.
When is he going to say that this president is legitimate? This is a fundamental question, Mr. Mayor. Is the president of the United States legitimate or not? Do you believe it? If you believe it, why does your candidate state it?
I believe it. He believes it. We all believe it.
Participation may vary. Additional charges for extras and deluxe plus tax may not be combined with other offers. Traffic. Talamonte on AM 560. The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Sun this morning, clouds and humid, maybe a thunderstorm late in the afternoon, high 82. Currently 67 at O'Hare. Next news at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Radio Garden Sense, a show bringing your property's gardening needs alive. Radio Garden Sense, Sunday mornings at 11 on AM 560, The Answer.
You want more than just the headlines? Find out what's going on and what it means with me, Dennis Prager, this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So is Paul Ryan right or is Donald Trump right about Vlad Putin? Here's what Trump had to say in Wednesday's NBC Commander-in-Chief Forum about Putin and, the kind words the two have had for one another.
Well, he does have an 82% approval rating, according to the different pollsters, who, by the way, some of them are based right here. Look.
He's also a guy who annexed Crimea, invaded Ukraine, supports Assad in Syria, supports Iran, is trying to undermine our influence in key regions of the world, and according to our intelligence community, probably is the main suspect for the hacking of the DNC computers.
Well, nobody knows that for a fact, but do you want me to start naming some of the things that President Obama does?
But do you want to be complimented by that former KGB officer?
Well, I think when he calls me brilliant, I'll take the compliment, okay?
Yeah, Matt Lauer missed the point because he's Matt Lauer and he's
right.
Dum-dum. But here's the point. It's not receiving a compliment from Vlad Putin, whatever Putin has to say, he has to say. It's the comparison between a dictator and a president of the United States, any president of the United States. There's no comparison. That's wrong. It's the suggestion that Putin's approval ratings, propaganda infused as they are, I don't care who the pollster is, are relevant at all. Well, what's relevant is that he puts Pussy Riot in jail because he doesn't like their speech. What's relevant is his revanchism. What's relevant is his cozy relationship with the lead state sponsor of terror in the world, Iran. What's relevant is his support for propping up the Assad regime in Syria. What's relevant is his general hostility to the West. And as Paul Ryan said, let me say this about Vlad Putin. He is an aggressor that does not share our interests. He's violating the sovereignty of neighboring countries. It certainly appears that he is conducting state-sponsored cyber attacks on what appears to be our political system. This is not acting in our interests, and that is an adversarial stance. And he went on. Now, Mike, go ahead.
Well, quickly, Donald Trump last night, while you guys were sleeping, he was on RT America, which is RT is an acronym for Russian television. Once again, just saying that the DNC was not hacked by the Russians.
I don't know. I've been hearing about it. I've been reading about it. I think it's probably unlikely. I think maybe Maybe the Democrats are putting that out. Who knows? But I think that it's pretty unlikely. But, who knows? I hope that if they are doing something, I hope that somebody's going to be able to find out so they can end it, because that would not be appropriate at all.
And then Donald Trump yesterday, too, said if they defeat ISIS, they want to take over the oil fields and then possibly sell that oil to Russia. So it looks like he's angling to have a relationship with Vladimir Putin, but they might already have one.
The issue is referring to Vlad Putin as a strong leader. He's a dictator.
I know, but Donald Trump doesn't get that. And Hillary Clinton yesterday,
he does get it.
Hillary Clinton yesterday came out and said it's unpatriotic.
Hillary Clinton has her own problems with Russia and the Russian reset and the Obama regime's genuflection before that regime. That regime has been allowed to be an aggressor because of the weakness and fecklessness of Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama and this regime. So I'm not interested in what those two knuckleheads have to say about Putin. The issue here is Donald Trump missing an opportunity by conflating a dictator with the president of the United States. Strong leader? He's not a strong leader. And Mike Pence doubled down on that on CNN yesterday.
I think it's inarguable that Vladimir Putin has been a stronger leader in his country than Barack Obama has been in this country. And that's going to change the day that Donald Trump becomes president of the United States of America.
Yeah, I mean, what does that mean? So he's going to be more authoritarian than Vlad Putin? That's the definition of strength? He's a thug, Vlad Putin is. He's not a leader. He's not a strong leader. It's nonsense. And Mike Pence is supposed to be the chaperone here. Mike, memo, remember, you are to recast and explain away the dumb things that Donald Trump says, not double down on them. Does everybody understand their role here?
Well, Donald Trump, I mean, it's a popularity contest for him, and he thinks by the research that he has that Vladimir Putin his approval ratings are high, which I'm sure those are fraudulent approval ratings, and he wants to be, at the table with the big kids. I can't explain it. It's just the most bizarre bromance I've ever seen. And I know you don't want to hear from Hillary, but may I? Here's Hillary.
That is not just unpatriotic and insulting to the people of our country, as well as to our commander-in-chief. It is scary.
I don't know if it rises to the level of fear.
What's scary is what they actually did, Obama and Hillary. What's unfortunate is what Trump says in instances like this, which take away from what they did. So I go back again what Paul Ryan said is exactly right. And I don't care if you like Paul Ryan or not. And I don't care if you like Donald Trump or not. The idea, strip away the names. The idea that Vlad Putin should be the subject of bon mots from anyone in a responsible position in this country is preposterous. Let's go to Bob in Naperville. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
So glad to hear you addressing this morning. How would we feel if the tables were reversed and it was Putin who was saying he was going to go to the end of the Middle East and take the oil and sell it back to us?
Well, okay, thanks for the call. But I mean, the whole like I'm going to take the oil and I'm going to do this or that with it. I mean, it's kind of like who's building a wall. It's just
Well, isn't it symbolic though if we sell the oil?
Well, first of all, let's just understand something. This is not ISIS's oil. ISIS is a terrorist enterprise that steals. So it's not like we're invading someone's sovereignty and taking their property. This isn't ISIS's property. The whole kind of tangent, though, about ISIS's oil, which is relatively insignificant. You know what? Here's a better idea. Go back to your speech that you gave at the Union League Club in Philadelphia on Wednesday morning and talk about unleashing our energy sector, rather than these offhanded comments about what we're going to do after we destroy ISIS and take their oil back and put it back in the market. It's just it's unnecessary.
I know. And you know what? Also, too, yesterday he gave this speech and these responses at a charter school in Cleveland, and you see the cutaway shot of the little kiddies that were in the first two rows. He was talking about ISIS and taking oil, and I mean, calling Hillary Clinton a liar, it was just...
Yeah, but that happens. That happens at every
was-
campaign stop for all candidates. You know, you're at this kind of photo op, this soft.
the kiddies are like, huh?
Well, right, and then you have the press asking all kinds of questions. I mean, you know, it's just. John in Garden Prairie, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hi, Dan. I love you. You're great. But the reason you don't get this is that you're too much of an intellectual, okay?
Okay.
I'm a plumber on the job site. I talk to guys, blue-collar guys, every day. We love Donald Trump because he's strong. That's all he's saying about Putin, okay? Our president has been undermining the United States of America since day one. He has strengthened our enemies, and he has weakened our country on purpose. I would take Vladimir Putin any day over this wolf in sheep's clothing jerk.
Okay.
That's what you don't get. It's strength.
John.
He's not in love with Putin.
Well, John,
He's in love with Putin's power.
No, well, I'm not even sure that that's the case. I understand what you're saying, and that's fine to project strength and to call for peace through strength, being a strong country again, as Trump did on Wednesday morning. My point is, you can stop there. Being strong and projecting strength does not require niceties for dictators. That's my only point.
It doesn't require niceties to this president either. And he's been getting niceties from Amy and from the press since day one because of the color of his skin. He is an enemy of the United States, Dan. An enemy.
All right, John. Thanks for the call. Appreciate it.
President Obama's an enemy?
Jordan, he's an enemy of a free society because of the policies that he advances. Yeah. I mean, he's an enemy to the things I believe. There's no question. Jordan in Forest Park, and I'm sure he would say the same about me.
Hey, Dan and Amy, I think Trump ought to do a little bit of research and look at some of the recent writings from the former world chess champion, Garry Kasparov.
Yeah, that's right.
A big Putin critic for a long period of time. Maybe Trump really isn't familiar with what some of the things Putin has done. And I'm also wondering if Garry Kasparov is now going to come out with a column maybe addressing this issue. And maybe we'll find out if Garry would like Trump to win or Hillary.
Thanks for the call, Jordan. Well, we've had Kasparov on the show a number of times, and we will again. And I'm glad that you invoked Kasparov, Jordan, because you're right. I mean, Kasparov, since his days as an international chess champion, has been a human rights advocate and a fierce Putin critic, and he's detailed a lot of compelling reasons for his criticism. And he's been critical of Trump, has Kasparov, for exactly this sort of instance where he seems to be having kind of a dalliance with dictators, and Putin in particular. And it's I just go back again to say it is just inappropriate and unnecessary. And if you want Trump to win, it's also politically tone deaf. Because what does it do? It puts the focus back on Trump when it should be on Hillary. It puts the focus on what Trump is saying rather than what Hillary has done. If this election is a referendum on what Hillary has done, then Trump is going to win. If it's a referendum on Trump's musings, then Trump is not going to win. Mike in Union, Illinois.
Hey, what's going on? How you doing today? Hey, maybe you could enlighten me. I mean, after Trump made the comment of taking the oil, are we not the strongest country in the world? How was ISIS able to get the oil and put it on the market and fund themselves, yet the strongest country in the world can't do it? And maybe you can enlighten me, Dan. Maybe I'm just ignorant to it. Maybe you can answer it.
Well, I mean, it's a good question you ask. I mean, this has been kind of the lament of about the Obama regime and their softness with respect to pursuing ISIS that, remember, they perceived to be the JV team at the outset. And we've talked to a number of people. We'll talk to Mike Rogers, a former member of the House Intel Committee and a former FBI agent as well. And the rules of engagement, just for one, for a long time, they would not strike oil convoys until the drivers of the trucks, terrorists, had an opportunity to leave the truck.
They even dropped flyers in some instances, warning them that something's going to happen.
Right. So, I mean, if you're a terrorist participating in the financial aspect of the criminal enterprise, boy, maybe we should reconsider our rules of engagement to make sure that the ability to take resources from territories you've seized that are oil producing and put them on the market, maybe we should be more focused on disrupting that. I mean, these are legitimate issues.
I agree, but it's just like, oh well, we're not, we shouldn't do that. That's an ignorant statement, and maybe it is, but we're a pretty big country, and we can do anything we set out to do, and I think there's some validity to do his statements. And I saw Mike Rogers on CNN. He was talking, and he was kind of laughing it off too. But I don't know. I just think the whole thing about making America great again, people in Washington just think we're just a bunch of idiots, and I think that's why he's.
I agree. Thanks for the call, Mike. I agree with that. I mean, the revolt in terms of, I think that's where you were going. That's why Trump is doing so well, is because people in Washington think they're so much smarter than everybody else, and they've proven just the opposite. The rebellion against the misguided elitism of the ruling class is absolutely the secret to Trump's success. Roosevelt at Midway.
Good morning, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Morning.
First of all, you guys are trying to sell rotten fruit. Amy, I'm surprised at you. You said that Trump doesn't have a racist bone in his body. What did he mean by the judge, what he said about the judge from Indiana? He wasn't from Mexico City, Amy. He was from Indiana. Second of all.
Yeah. You want to relitigate all those? Come on.
Excuse me. Second of all.
Excuse me, Roosevelt show.
Russia. Excuse me.
Yeah.
When he said what he said about Russia, asking Russia's help to hack into Hillary's emails, that was also a compliment to Putin, or what was that? A sarcastic joke?
Yes, that's what it was. It was a joke.
Oh, yeah. Okay. You're talking about a man-child, Dan. That's what's running on your party. Thank you for the call.
Thanks for. Thank you for the call. I didn't call you. You called us. Bruno at Naperville.
Yeah, two things. One, I have no illusions about Putin being a good guy, but he's not entirely wrong on some of the issues. And take the issue of Syria. We should be supporting Assad because experience has proved, starting from the Shah of Iran, going through Saddam Hussein, Libya, that when you take out a strong man in that part of the world, you just open up a vacuum that the Islamists fill. So trying to take out Assad is the wrong thing.
Well,
that's number one.
The red line may have been, but the red line may have been the wrong thing. But supporting Assad while he murders hundreds of thousands of his citizens, I think, is not a place we want to be.
They all do that there.
We don't need to participate in it. I mean, that's my point.
We don't have to participate in it. We just leave them alone.
Okay.
And just watch little kids burn by the chemicals that they're dropping.
Well, I mean, the point is, would Assad be engaged in the war crimes he's engaged in had we not drawn a red line and tried to arm this quote-unquote rebel group, which is a bunch of terrorists, too? I understand the point.
And ISIS isn't engaged in that sort of activity?
Well, of course they are.
All right, so at least Assad was nominally secular and nominally played by the international rules. So, and the other thing is, we kind of poked the Russian bear starting in the 1990s when we extended NATO's borders into what used to be the Soviet bloc. So, part of what Putin's doing right now is a reaction to that.
Well, it is, but Putin is wrong, and the Baltic states, for example, have every right to join NATO and join the kind of international community of free societies. Russia's not the model. Thanks, Bruno.
They have
the stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Some sun, then clouds, and a thunderstorm in spots late this afternoon, a high of 82 degrees. Saturday looks soggy for your morning hours. Then it will be mostly cloudy skies, a high of 72. And on Sunday, just picture perfect, plenty of sunshine and pleasant, a high of 74. Anything pleasant on the roadways? Here's Jim Telemonte.
It's already very unpleasant, Amy, on inbound I-57 with that CTA work in the left lane. We're looking at 35 minutes from I-80 to the Ryan. Bishopford at 28 minutes, and the Ryan is 20 minutes, 95th to downtown. Eden's outbound, Slow Montrose to Cicero with a crash in the two left lanes. The Kennedy's still good. Inbound Eisenhower, a little heavy. Manheim to 25th. Stevenson, a 6-minute delay, First Avenue to Kedzie. There's some fog in northwest Indiana. Northbound I-65 is a little slow around 109th Avenue up to 93rd Avenue. And in Elk Grove Village, westbound Beesterfield is blocked. just east of 290 with a tree down. Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
On AM 560 The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to focus in and talk about the big ideas behind the important issues. Enter Upstream Ideas online at upstream-ideas.com. Upstream Ideas, in partnership with the Illinois Policy Institute, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted beliefs. Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now at upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to help encourage you to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit freer, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
Congratulations on that 401k. It's officially going nowhere, and you're probably going to have to pay to get your money out. And congratulations thinking Social Security will float you through retirement. Wake up, Answer listeners. Real wealth comes from real estate. I'm Sean Thompson. My company is Liberty Real Estate Services, and it's time to invest in a personal real estate portfolio that will secure your future. With Liberty Real Estate, we'll help you buy those properties, and most importantly, we'll help you manage those properties once they've been acquired. Financial independence can only be achieved when you've broken down the market like I have. Nobody wants to rent your 401k, but many want to rent your house. Real wealth comes from real estate with Liberty Real Estate Services. Call me right now at 630-323-4376. That number again is 630-323-4376, or visit the website at libertyrealestateservices.com for information you'll need to get real financial freedom and control your destiny. 630-323-4376 or libertyrealestateservices.com. It's time.
Attention, Second Amendment patriots. Just Target Guns of Libertyville in Lake County just returned from the largest gun show in America with new products. They're fully stocked for home defense and all shooting sports. Just Target Guns,
President of
located in
America.
Libertyville on Peterson
That
Road,
is a
the
gift
place
for
to go
ISIS, and that
rifles,
is what Matt
pistols,
Olson,
anti-firearms,
who knows more about
ammunition,
this
and all levels of
than the
shotguns.
Republicans
Scotty
trying to
Shanahan
somehow
and
muddy the
knowledgeable
waters,
staff at Just Target
very
Guns will
clearly
answer all your
stated.
questions, no
What
matter
would
your level
Ronald
of
Reagan
experience, and
say
help discover what
about
you
a
need for
Republican
sports
nominee
shooting,
who
traps,
attacks
teeth, target
America's
practice, or
generals
self-defense? Whether you're a novice shooter or a highly
and
trained
heaps
professional,
praise on Russia's
Just Target
president?
Guns has got your brass covered. Get your FOID card, sign up for firearms
Before the
training,
war,
and
much
concealed
closer to
carry
the war,
classes. Just
I gave
Target
statements
Guns
that we shouldn't
also
go
has
in,
a
and
skilled
shortly
gunsmith on
there.
staff for repairs and firearm appraisals are
country,
Second Amendment rights, and set your sight on Just Target Guns. TargetGuns.com.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing, independently owned business bank. Signature Bank listens to your story, learns about your business, and sticks with their customers. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hi, I'm Brian Duncan, co-founder of Signature Bank. Born and raised in Chicagoland, my partners and I knew this city needed a locally owned business bank. As fellow entrepreneurs, we know the challenges facing businesses, and we are invested in our customers' success. We are here to build mutually beneficial, long-term, lasting relationships with our customers. We look forward to helping our customers reach their goals every day, and we are here to see them succeed. At Signature Bank, you work directly with decision makers who understand your business and can deliver on their promises.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Northwestern alum Trevor Siemian now only 199 wins behind Peyton Manning at 606.
And later, a women's soccer move that Dan Proft's going to love. But first, into the newsroom we go to another soccer fan. Here's Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, here are the stories we're watching right now. The mayor's water sewer tax increase approved in committee. CPS looking into a camera setup found in a bathroom. Jill Stein, presidential candidate with a warrant here in the city of Chicago. Brown's chicken defendant claims new evidence in that case. Cubs getting set for the Astros. White Sox opening a series with the Royals, and an afternoon thunderstorm possible in spots. Weather after Fox News. WIND Chicago News Time, 6 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. The Pentagon calls it a serious provocation, North Korea's fifth nuclear test, and it appears to be their strongest yet, setting off a 5.3 earthquake. Even Pyongyang's only major ally, China, is concerned, saying it resolutely opposes the test. Fox Radio's Simon Owen has more live.
Lisa, the leaders of South Korea and Japan also condemning the test. As usual, the news announced on North Korean state TV. The newsreader saying the test was in response to American hostility, claiming the US is issuing increasing threats of a nuclear war. In Switzerland, Secretary of State John Kerry's initial response:
"We're trying still to find out precisely what took place."
Outside experts never quite sure just how advanced North Korea's nuclear program has become. Lisa?
Simon, the U.S. presidential race is close in new polls of key battleground states. Fox Radio's Rachel Sutherland, live in D.C.
Lisa, a Quinnipiac University swing state poll shows Donald Trump leading Hillary Clinton in Ohio by 1 point, 46 to 45%. In Florida, they're tied at 47. However, Clinton holds a 4-point lead in North Carolina. Pennsylvania is a trouble spot for the Trump campaign, where Clinton has a 5-point edge over Trump, 48 to 43. The survey finds there are still big gender and racial gaps in play. North Carolina is an exception. There's a wide racial gap, but virtually no gender gap there. Lisa?
Thanks, Rachel. On opening night in the NFL, another player takes a knee during the national anthem.
I'm not against the military. I'm not against, the police, or America. I'm just against social injustice.
Broncos linebacker Brandon Marshall, a former teammate of the 49ers, Colin Kaepernick. Denver beating Carolina last night by just 1 point in a rematch of Super Bowl 50. You're listening to Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Skies, for the most part, are mostly cloudy right now. 70 degrees, 6:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. The city of Chicago will receive more than $2.3 million in federal money. It will help cover overtime costs for police officers amid a spike in violent crime. Senator Dick Durbin announcing late yesterday the city is among the latest recipients of funding from the Department of Justice. Chicago saw its deadliest month in 2 decades in August, recording 90 homicides. A Chicago man receives a 5-year prison sentence for killing his foster mother. Joshua Brooks was found guilty of involuntary manslaughter during a bench trial in May. Mayor Emanuel's plans to raise the tax on water and sewer bills in the city is advancing. The latest on the story from AM 560's David Stewart as it clears a key committee hurdle on Thursday.
Passage of the tax hike came even though some aldermen have doubts about whether it will be enough to fix a major city pension fund. Alderman John Arena, for one, wants a guarantee written into the law that the revenue will be dedicated to the municipal employees' pension fund.
Be literal about that, because we have constituents that don't buy the line that we're selling, that this is what's going to solve the problem.
The City Council Finance Committee overwhelmingly approved the plan to boost the tax by $226 a year over a 4-year period. David Stewart, NBC News Radio, Chicago.
The city of Chicago has agreed to pay nearly $1.4 million to the family of a man killed by a driver being chased by an unmarked Chicago police car. 32-year-old Eugene Ratliff had been celebrating his birthday when he was hit while crossing the street in Avalon Park. Chicago public school officials are looking into what's believed to be a camera set up in a school bathroom. Discovery made Wednesday at the Ogden International School on the near north side. Right now, it's not clear if that camera was functioning properly. Green Party presidential candidate ignoring the warrant out for her arrest in North Dakota for now. Jill Stein made several campaign stops in Chicago on Thursday. Stein was reportedly photographed vandalizing the Dakota Access Pipeline project. Milwaukee beat the Cardinals 12-5. That reduces the Cubs' magic number to 8. Broncos open up the NFL regular season with the Super Bowl rematch win over the Panthers, 21-20. The news service of Napa Auto Parts this month at participating Napa Auto Parts stores. Pennzoil Platinum Synthetic Motor Oil on sale for just $4.99 a quart. Keep your ride running longer, stronger for less. That's Napa know-how, general states pricing. Sale prices do not include applicable state or local taxes or recycling fees. 6:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Do you think identity theft is only when someone adds charges to your credit card? It's actually when someone pretends to be you.
to open new accounts in your name, or any number of bad things. LifeLock can help. We use proprietary technology to alert you to a huge range of identity threats. And if you have a problem, we have a team of U.S.-based specialists who will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses. Membership starts at $9.99 a month, plus applicable taxes. Go to LifeLock.com and use promo code NEWS to get 10% off.
You're listening to the sound of an actual heart beating outside of a human body. Thanks to modern technology, a doctor can now keep a donor heart beating until it's ready to be transplanted into its recipient. Yet if our doctor wanted to transfer a phone call from her desk phone to her cell, she couldn't, because her phone system can't do that. At Vonage, we think it's about time business communications caught up. See what Vonage can do for your business at Vonage.com/it'sabouttime. You're listening to the actual sound of Jupiter. Its electromagnetic waves were captured by a probe and beamed roughly 365 million miles to scientists on Earth. But say those same scientists wanted to host a video conference to show off their work. They'd probably need to call IT to have them set up video and a 15-digit dial-in that might not even work. At Vonage, we think it's about time business communications caught up. See what Vonage can do for your business at Vonage.com/it'sabouttime.
QL1, this is Control, checking in to see how excited you are for launch. Over? Well, actually, I'm kind of bored. You're about to travel 17,000 miles per hour through Earth's atmosphere, and you're bored? It just doesn't sound that exciting after using Rocket Mortgage by Quicken Loans. I was able to get a completely online custom mortgage approval in minutes. Wow, that is impressive. 3, 2, 1. Rocket Mortgage at QuickenLoans.com. Push button, get mortgage. Rocket.
Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
6:06. Let's check the roads in our AM 560 traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Seeing some delays on Metro's BNSF line due to track work this morning. Eden's outbound delays from Montrose to Cicero. A crash just cleared. It's 25 minutes. Montrose to Lake Cook. Inbound, it's fine at 19 minutes. From Kennedy, heavy out of the River Road toll. 21 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. Outbound still 20. Eisenhower, 40 minutes. Thorndale to the post office. Outbound 32. Stevenson, 45 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. It's clear outbound. Ryan, 23 minutes. 95th to downtown. I-57. 35 minutes, I-80 to the merge, Bishop Ford 30. Traffic, it's a service of Little Caesars, home of the large $5 hot and ready pepperoni pizza. Little Caesars, where they took pieces of their delicious crazy bread, covered them with melted cheese and bacon, threw in a side of jalapenos, and created loaded crazy bread bites. They're hot and ready every day from 4 to 8 and only $4, plus tax at participating locations. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the aircomfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Patchy, dense fog for the south suburbs. Otherwise today, some sun followed by increasing clouds, which will bring around a shower or thunderstorm in a few spots later this afternoon. Humid day with a high getting up to 82. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560. The Answer.
68 at O'Hare. Next news coming up at 6:30. And Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Secure Retirement Radio with Raj Shah. Sunday mornings at 7, right here on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning. Welcome to your Friday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
If he says great things about me, I'm going to say great things about him. I've already said he is really very much of a leader. I mean, you can say, oh, isn't that a terrible thing? He called, I mean, the man has very strong control over a country.
What would Ronald Reagan say about a Republican nominee who attacks America's generals and heaps praise on Russia's president?
The big question for the press now is how do we stop projecting some kind of parity between these two candidates? Because the great story here is disparity between the two in terms of seriousness, experience, and even truth-telling.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So the question, Is virtue signaling replacing the touchdown dance in the NFL? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. Of course, the NFL season kicked off last night with the Broncos beating the Carolina Panthers in the Super Bowl rematch.
Yeah, but you know what? Before, while the national anthem was being played, Brandon Marshall, not our Brandon Marshall, the other Brandon Marshall, not the one that's on my fantasy football team.
No, the New York Jets.
No,
Brandon
not
Marshall.
the other one that plays for the Broncos. He took a knee and got, he just sucked all the energy out of the room, and everybody's focusing in on him taking a knee because he's fraternity brothers with Colin Kaepernick, and they went to college together, and he's showing solidarity for his brother, his friend.
Yeah. Now, again, as an aside, just to repeat, Trevor Siemian, Northwestern grad, starting quarterback for the Denver Broncos.
Yes.
Now just 199 career wins behind Peyton Manning after last night.
I'm really
He's on his way.
him. He is. He looked strong last night. Good for you. Good for Northwestern.
He's terrible. He's terrible. Combines like a weak arm with no mobility. The idea he's a starting quarterback in the NFL is unbelievable.
Just let him ride. Let him have a day, okay?
I
A day
agree.
of glory.
No, great,
right?
especially a Carolina win. No, it's very impressive. I mean, if Kyle Orton can start for the Broncos, I guess anybody can. Seahawks, speaking of Brandon Marshall, the Broncos' Brandon Marshall. The Seattle Seahawks this Sunday, which you'll note is 9/11. The Seattle Seahawks may, as a team, follow Colin Kaepernick's example and offer some kind of protest for sit and then kneel during the playing of the national anthem when the Miami Dolphins come to town. This is the brainchild of Seattle cornerback Jeremy Lane and other members of the Seahawks. They want to do it as a team, though. They don't. Well, it's not going to be an individual thing, so they're either going to do it as a team or they're not going to do it at all. Doug Baldwin, who's a wide receiver for the Seahawks and a noted social commentator.
Well, yeah, he's already getting people fired up. You'll see on Sunday. That's what he tweeted, what their big pregame plan is.
He's, with respect to what Kaepernick did, he said, we're missing the message in terms of what we're talking about. Okay. Right. It's not necessarily about the messenger or about the protest itself. It's about what we're pointing to. And what is that, Doug? I think that anybody should be thinking about that. This thing that we should be thinking about that he keeps pointing to without saying what it is. It's very Kaepernick-esque. Even if it wasn't September 11th, the point of the protest is to get people to think. And I'll tell you what, if you want to get people to think, and those that prompt the most thinking about important issues are clearly NFL wide receivers. I mean, that's a thinking man's position.
A cancer. It keeps spreading. You're taking a knee during the national anthem. Stand up and show some respect.
Victor Davis Hanson in National Review writes about virtue mongers in 21st century America, and all this NFL sideshow is just an example of it. He writes about Colin Kaepernick. Kaepernick is now no longer just a near has-been, but is on the social media barricades of Black Lives Matter and praised as a trailblazing civil rights warrior by no less than President Obama. He dons a Castro T-shirt, wears socks emblazoned with images of police as pigs, and refuses to stand during the national anthem and thereby honor what he suddenly, in his 28th year, finds as an unfair, racist, and sinful country not worthy of his standing respect. That kind of puts it in perspective, doesn't it? That's what Victor Davis Hanson does. What he's talking about, the virtue mongering that goes on among the fame-addled left. In our atheistic and agnostic society, inexpensive, loud, and public virtue mongering has replaced church penance with Black Lives Matter, La Raza, Al Sharpton, network anchor people, NPR, the New York Times, and such acting as the new bishops who can dispense exemptions. Wearing a mask of virtue is not done to save one's soul for eternity, but to still feel good about enjoying privilege. That's where we're getting to it. The sneakers, jeans, and T-shirts or mafia black outfits of Silicon Valley billionaires can compensate for their robber baron sins of outsourcing, offshoring, and tax avoidance, or simply their preference for apartheid existence with the fellow rich. For George Soros, funding leftists who hate capitalists and rank financial speculators like him. All that, he goes on to superstar Beyonce, along with Jay-Z, reportedly worth $1 billion, annual income $100 million. And not long ago, Beyonce was criticized by her fans for her appearing too eager to culturally appropriate whiteness. Remember, like those makeup commercials she did?
Oh, yeah,
right.
yeah.
And that was, she's like, they're casting her, like making her look more
Caucasian,
white than
yeah.
she is, right?
Yeah.
Then Davis Hansen goes on about Beyonce as another example. Her routines were akin to reactionary striptease and crassly sexual reductive, hardly the image of a black, bold female entrepreneur espousing values consistent with hip feminism. We don't hear so much flack these days. Beyonce is just as privileged, probably wealthier, and on her way to multi-billionaire Oprah status, but she is suddenly metamorphosized into a social justice warrior, at least in theory, bringing the Trayvon Martin's mom to the VMAs, the video with kind of the police trying to highlight the police brutality issue that she recently did. Of course.
Well, do you think this would happen with our Chicago Bears? Do you think the McCaskies would allow any player to take a knee during the national anthem? Or Coach John Fox? Because I don't think so.
Well, they
have pretty tight control over the team.
Remember, your First Amendment right is with respect to government, not with respect to your employer. So, like you had the U.S. hockey team,
right?
The national team coach
yeah.
say anybody that doesn't stand for the national anthem is going to get suspended.
Yeah, suspended.
You could have a coach or an organization do the same for any player that would.
But there's no NFL rule in place right now that requires them to stand during the national anthem.
No, there's no requirement. No. Clearly, there's not. Victor Davis Hansen goes on, too. I mean, just in terms of these virtue mongers and the virtue signaling that's done by the left to make it okay to enjoy their privilege. He writes, of course, Beyonce's world could not exist in Cuba. She counts on legions of security officers and expects the police to protect her separatist celebrity status. She certainly does not manage her various fashion and music corporations on the principles of Black Panther hokey socialism. The poor do not, in Cuban style, sublet the guest houses of her estate. Yet she has now landed her privileged soul in social justice heaven, and the profits roll in without guilt. Inner city youth who study physics are pilloried by contemporaries as acting white. The super wealthy who appear white are acting black. I mean, a really good piece, this Virtue Mongers piece by Victor Davis Hansen. He nails it. And what you see on display in the NFL as this, as you said, cancer metastasizes throughout the league is just another example of that. Making it okay for these athletes who are privileged to enjoy their privilege without guilt.
I've got a great idea. Cut to a commercial, networks, when they start, kneeling down during the national anthem.
Absolutely not.
Why do we have to watch that nonsense and that disrespect?
You don't have to watch it, but everyone should see it. Do absolutely display it. Make sure everybody sees who these individuals are and what they're doing. And let's provoke some thought. Let's provoke some thought in terms of the celebrity status of these individuals and the fans that are responsible for their 7 and 8 and 9 figure contracts. I mean, again, these things don't exist in a vacuum, and they don't exist without voluntary support of the public. So let's see Colin Kaepernick, and let's see the Seattle Seahawks, and let's see Brandon Marshall, and let's see if people decide maybe they shouldn't be season ticket holders anymore. Mark in Plainfield, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Thinking about provoking thought, maybe these social justice warriors might want to read what Larry Elder and Walt Williams wrote this week about left-wing Democratic big government policies and the damage they've done to the black community. As for my comment, I wonder how many athletes and others plan to take the knee of Hillary, or as I like to refer to it, ticket Canaan unable. I wonder how many will take a knee if she gets elected.
Well, no, thanks for the call, Mark. No, of course, if you have a faux social justice warrior in the White House, I guess it starts to make it okay, but you have one now.
Yeah, but I have a great idea. We got to squeeze this in because I know you don't like women's soccer as much as I do.
No, I don't like soccer.
So you're not gender biased, women or men?
Gender neutral.
But I think that the Seattle Seahawks, I just think that they should do what the Seattle Reigns did. That's the women's soccer team. They played the Washington Spirit, and they knew that player, Megan Rapinoe, was going to take a knee again because she took a knee when they were here playing Chicago during the national anthem. She's the first female athlete white athlete that's in solidarity with Colin Kaepernick.
So they had Jeff Gillooly go kneecap her?
No.
Oh.
You know what that's a good idea. And she did have extra security, by the way. So they knew that she was going to take a knee. This is in Washington, D.C. So while they were in the locker room after their pregame warm-ups, that's when they played the national anthem. So she came out there and she said, where's the national anthem? And they said, we already played it, Tootsie. Sorry. You're not going to hijack our event to make a social statement. And then she took to task that they used the term hijack multiple times, so close to the anniversary of September 11th. I mean, she is out of her mind.
Well, so here's the thing. I don't think you change the way you do things to accommodate somebody making a spectacle of themselves. I think you either decide that we're not going to allow the spectacle to occur, and we're going to continue the program as we have scheduled it, or you allow somebody to make a spectacle of themselves, and you let people make up their own minds, not only about that individual, but about an organization that would tolerate it.
Well, the team said that they didn't want to subject the fans and friends to the disrespect that we feel such an act would represent.
Well, they're doing it anyway because they're not disciplining her. They're allowing it. So they're going to they do this Rube Goldberg scheme.
Well, not her own team, their opponent team. That's what they did.
Well,
yeah.
Whatever. They do this Rube Goldberg scheme to do an end run around her making a spectacle of herself, show people who she is, show people who the organization is that would allow such a thing. That's the point. More sunlight, not more kind of trying to shuffle it away. Let people see that you want to have a discussion. Go ahead. You want to light yourself on fire in the public square? Okay. Holly and Hudson.
When this first happened, I explained to my 15-year-old daughter, don't worry, capitalism will take care of this. He won't get any endorsements. His jersey sales will go down. And Colin Kaepernick will be an asterisk in history somewhere because the marketplace will handle this. So, boy, did I ever have egg on my face when my daughter reads in the paper that his jersey sales have
the number one jersey.
And they've gone from he went from being the number 24th bestseller to being the number 7th bestseller jersey sales. And she says, explain this to me, Mom.
Yeah, it's easy to explain. It's easy to explain.
Did they think it was going to be a rare item because he wasn't going to make the 53-man roster?
No.
Or they wanted to buy it to burn it?
No, they're buying it because of the thug mentality that's taken
exactly.
over.
Hello.
And that's scary.
Want to wear this.
That's exactly. It's like NWA wearing Oakland Raiders outfits, and then the Oakland Raiders member hats and jerseys and stuff, or gangbangers that wear different sports teams stuff and different sports teams colors. I mean, that's what it is. It's the thug mentality.
That scares. I mean,
so
it angers me. That scares me.
Well, so again. So let's understand where we are. Don't hide it. Bring it out in the open. Thanks for the call, Holly. Philip in Blue Island.
The national anthem being played, even if the Canadian national anthem is played, it's all about patriotism. It's nothing about the sport. It's nothing about human rights. It's just about honoring your government. But if your government is such that it's not honoring the people, why should you honor this national anthem?
The guy, wait, you have Barack Obama's in the White House, Philip. What's the problem?
Oh, Barack Obama is in the White House, so that eliminates all the killings that's been going on of black people, not just black people, of Americans.
Yeah.
And the same thing, the police have this flag on their uniform too. Are they honoring the flag when they kill innocent Americans?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Thanks for
you play the national anthem?
Yeah. Thanks for the call, Philip. By the way, you're not honoring your government. You're honoring your country. I'm sorry you don't know the difference between the two.
Connect with Dan and Amy using the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
72 degrees right now at O'Hare, going up to a high of 82 degrees. We're going to have some clouds and some sun. And then tonight, a rain shower or thunderstorm rolls through here. And your weekend looks okay. A soggy start to your Saturday. Showers in place in the morning, then becoming less humid, breezy, some sun, a high of 72 degrees. And on Sunday, it's just going to be spectacular. Plenty of sunshine, pleasant, low humidity levels, a high in the mid-70s. Let's get those latest travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy, and Dan. Good morning. In northwest Indiana, slow going on eastbound 94 in Porter County from State Road 249 to US 20 due to ongoing construction in that area. Eden's inbound, a little sluggish approaching the junction. Outbound, it's fine now. The Kennedy, 28 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 21. The Eisenhower, 45 minutes. Thorndale to the Loop, outbound 34. Stevenson, 52 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 35. Ryan, 24 minutes, 95th to downtown, I-57, holding at 35 minutes, I-80 to the Merge, Bishop Ford, 35. There's a crash at the Steel Bridge in the right lane. I'm Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
Rolling hills and beautiful prairie views. You could take it all in when you play golf at Golf Club of Illinois in Algonquin. Play at one of the finest golf courses in Illinois with a special seasonal deal from ChicagoRadioDeals.com. The Golf Club of Illinois is a classic link-style course featuring high grasses, treacherous sand bunkers, and strategically placed mounds on each hole. This course is a stern test for all skill levels and is consistently ranked among the top 10 public courses to play by Chicagoland Golf. Find out why Golf Club of Illinois is a secret favorite for those looking for a unique, challenging round of golf. Play with your favorite foursome or golf buddies for only $95. That includes cart and is usually almost $200, so it's a great deal. Or for the dedicated golfer, tee up the preferred player membership, normally $380. It's only $165 if you go to ChicagoRadioDeals.com. That also includes discounted rates for rounds of golf, cart, and 2 bonus rounds of golf during the 2016 season. For more summer deals and soon-to-be fall deals, just visit ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
Here's microbiologist Dr. Kim O'Neill talking about balance of nature.
Scientific research has shown that many cancers and lifestyle diseases can be prevented with a diet rich in fruits and vegetables. This prevention comes from the phytochemicals in the plants. They fight against oxidants that damage the cell's DNA, causing mutations that lead to disease. I don't take any supplementation, but I take Balance of Nature because I know, I've seen it in my lab, and I know that it works. I've seen the immune response increase, I've seen your DNA repair capacity increase, and I've seen DNA protection. And that, to me, as a scientist, rings so true, and it's only natural.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com.
Use promo code Chicago.
Lately, it seems you're not feeling quite right, as if your body is working against you. Dr. Amy and Associates can help create a path to achieve optimal health. Experience personalized health care for your mind, body, and spirit at a practice that blends holistic and traditional medicine.
I was involved in a devastating head-on motorcycle accident, which left me broken, battered, and afraid. I turned to Dr. Amy and Associates to care for my broken body. With their help, I healed quickly. I was able to sleep, and the nightmare stopped. I was able to get back on the motorcycle without fear. Since they worked with my insurance, I've used them for allergy and food sensitivity testing, weight loss, massage, acupuncture, and life coaching. They use both Eastern and Western medicine and is a holistic practice like no other. I am so grateful for Dr. Amy and Associates.
Call Dr. Amy and Associates to experience a whole-person integrative approach to health and wellness. 630-980-1400 or visit dramyandassociates.com. Dr. Amy and Associates, empowering people, changing lives.
Mike Rowe here for 1 hour. Today, Chuck is jogging in place to make a point about energy efficiency.
I thought I was training for a marathon.
He's been at it now for...
3 minutes.
And already he's wearing out.
I'm not.
Your heating and air conditioning systems are a lot like Chuck.
Warm yet somehow cool.
Wheezing, wasting energy, and probably headed for replacement.
You're talking about the air systems, right?
Sure, pal. Sure. Call 1 hour before it's too late.
Can you do the disclaimer for me?
Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
Thanks.
I've been teaching organic chemistry for the last 17 years, so I'm pretty good with complex calculations. But when I started thinking about my retirement, I was pretty stumped. Luckily, I have TIAA as my financial partner. Together, we retrosynthetically analyzed my financial future, which is organic chem speak for we figured it out.
Your personal success takes a financial partner who values it as much as you do. Learn more at TIAA.org.
Hello, everyone, and here we go again with Karen Lewis and the Chicago Teachers Union demanding more money from the Chicagoland taxpayers. Well, I say enough is enough. The teachers get paid from the property taxes that homeowners pay every year. If the teachers' union gets more money, that means your property taxes are going to go higher. This is Tom Marabali, your health insurance advocate and independent representative for Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois and other health insurance carriers. For months now, I have been telling you about purchasing health savings account PPO plans that will cost you approximately 40% less in monthly premiums than you're currently paying now. Well, the same thing applies to the teachers' union. I can show the union that they can purchase a more comprehensive health insurance plan that is in full compliance with the Affordable Care Act and will cost the taxpayers up to 40% less in monthly health insurance premiums. For more information, you can call me at 630-863-3477. That's 630-863-3477.
Are you worried how the election, global events, and the current economy might affect your retirement? Listen to Grow My Retirement, Saturdays at 2 with Bill Geiger, Chicago's retirement planning advisor. Bill helps you translate complex retirement issues into easy-to-understand steps to help you create a retirement income you can't outlive.
The important thing of this show is not when the next downturn is coming, but to have your portfolio and your retirement plan ready for it.
Grow My Retirement with Bill Geiger, Saturday at 2 p.m. on AM 560. The Answer.
In my line of work, I'm trying to make a difference. Not $1 billion, but I want to save for the future, too. So this year, I partnered with TIAA to help me map out a plan. If I stick to it, I could have an income stream for life and maintain my lifestyle in retirement. Looks like a life of rewarding work could pay off for a lifetime.
Your personal success takes a financial partner who values it as much as you do. Learn more at TIAA.org.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Is ISIS praying for Allah to deliver the Oval Office to Trump, as Hillary claimed? We'll ask former House Intelligence Committee Chairman Mike Rogers at 6:36.
And what's Aleppo? Seems the ladies on The View want Gary Johnson to step down. You'll hear it here.
Those aren't ladies.
But first, let's go back into the newsroom and say good morning once again to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, North Korea's latest nuclear test being met with global condemnation today. South Korea's meteorological agency said a seismic event in North Korea was actually a nuclear test. The U.S. Geological Survey detected the magnitude 5.3 event near a nuclear test site in the northeast part of that country. Secretary of State John Kerry says the U.S. remains deeply concerned.
We're trying still to monitor to find out precisely what took place.
Pentagon calling the test another flagrant violation of the UN Security Council resolutions, as well as a serious provocation. Dozens of tourists have been safely rescued. They were trapped overnight in cable cars dangling above the slopes of Mont Blanc in the French Alps. A series of cable cars got stuck after cables were tangled. 65 rescued last night, but 45 had to spend the overnight in the cars because of darkness and rough conditions. French security officials this morning say a 19-year-old woman has been linked to the gas canisters found near Paris's Notre Dame Cathedral and has pledged allegiance to the Islamic State group. Security in train stations around Paris is visibly higher this morning. A bus crashed off a bridge in eastern India, killing 21. Meantime, a passenger train has derailed in Spain's northwest region, killing 4 and injuring 47. 20 U.S. Marines may face disciplinary action following the death of a Muslim recruit. Investigators into the death of Rahil Siddiqui found a number of violations of policies and procedures. Chicago man gets a 5-year prison sentence for the death of his foster mother. Joshua Brooks was found guilty of involuntary manslaughter in the death of Dorothy McGee. Cook County prosecutors are charging a Chicago police officer with aggravated battery for allegedly clubbing a man with his baton at a block party on the west side 2 years ago. Prosecutors say video taken by a bystander shows 31-year-old Brett Kahn slamming a woman into the hood of a police car and handcuffing her. It also shows Kahn hitting a man in the head. The University of Illinois announcing just over 77,000 students are on one of its 3 campuses. That is a record-breaking enrollment there. However, Eastern Illinois University reporting a huge drop in students, down about 25%. Cubs' magic number reduced to 8 as Milwaukee beat the Cardinals. NFL season opens up Thursday night action, Broncos over the Panthers, 21-20. The news service of Accountemps. Do you need accounting and finance professionals for the long term or recurring projects? If you prefer the same professional to handle your project through its duration, Accountemps salaried professional service may be the solution. Accountemps, a Robert Half company. 6:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager appreciates Trump's candor.
Look how much African American communities have suffered under Democratic control. You're living in poverty. Your schools are no good. 58% of your youth is unemployed. What the hell do you have to lose?
Even I'm cheering. It is refreshing. Come on, folks. It's refreshing.
The Dennis Prager Show. Weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas Coffee, roasted fresh daily in Batavia, Illinois.
Congratulations on that 401k. It's officially going nowhere, and you're probably going to have to pay to get your money out. And congratulations thinking Social Security will float you through retirement. Wake up, Answer listeners. Real wealth comes from real estate. I'm Sean Thompson. My company is Liberty Real Estate Services, and it's time to invest in a personal real estate portfolio that will secure your future. With Liberty Real Estate, we'll help you buy those properties, and most importantly, we'll help you manage those properties once they've been acquired. Financial independence can only be achieved when you've broken down the market like I have. Nobody wants to rent your 401k, but many want to rent your house. Real wealth comes from real estate with Liberty Real Estate Services. Call me right now at 630-323-4376. That number again is 630-323-4376, or visit the website at libertyrealestateservices.com for information you'll need to get real financial freedom and control your destiny. 630-323-4376 or libertyrealestateservices.com. It's time.
Hi, I'm Mary Beth. I had a failed root canal and it was causing me pain. Dr. Neruzzi took care of my tooth and I got my implant, and then I had another after that fail, and he did that one as well. And the experience was, they were amazing. It was not painful at all like I thought it was going to be, and I was very, very, very nervous about the whole thing. Nobody enjoys getting, implants or dental work, and I procrastinated, but I had to have it done. And he took me in immediately and took care of it. And he made it really affordable. They're very accommodating to people that cannot afford to have it done. I would recommend Dr. Neruzzi to anybody, and I have given him referrals. My own sister had hers done by him.
This is Dr. Neruzzi. I personally guarantee your happiness with your implants. Go to implantsforme.com.
For missing teeth, dental implants are wonderful. The advantages are fantastic. Just remember, implantsforme.com. Implantsforme.com.
6:37. Let's get a check of the roads in our AM 560 traffic center with Jim Talamonte.
Like in northwest Indiana, it's stop and go on eastbound 94 for State Road 249 to 20 in Porter due to construction. The Edens is 27 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose outbound 19. The Kennedy now 37 minutes. O'Hare to downtown outbound 22. The Eisenhower 53 minutes. Thorndale to the post office outbound 40. Stevenson 52 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive outbound 35. Ryan, 25 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 35 minutes, I-80 to the Murray Bishopford, 40. The crash at the Steel Bridge in the two right lanes. Traffic is a service of Little Caesars, home with a large $5 hot and ready pepperoni pizza. Little Caesars, where they took pieces of their delicious crazy bread, covered them with melted cheese and bacon, threw in a side of jalapenos, and created loaded crazy bread bites. They're hot and ready every day from 4 to 8 and only $4. Plus tax at participating locations. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the AirComfort.com Weather Center, we'll have some sun throughout the day. Clouds begin to thicken in the afternoon, and that could lead to a thunderstorm in spots later in the day. High 82. Clouds, humid, occasional rain and a thunderstorm overnight. Low 66. 69 at O'Hare. Next news at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by In the Know with Wealth Management Group, hosted by Craig Bolanos. Heard Sunday mornings at 10.
When you've got questions, he always has an answer. It's Sean Hannity, this afternoon at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So, fresh off her rather bizarre performance in that Commander-in-Chief forum on Wednesday evening where she...
Well, she seemed a little edgy and then a little squirrely as well.
She seemed a little ignorant, like when she talked about never putting troops on the ground in Iraq and Syria, which is news to the troops that are on the ground in Iraq and Syria at present.
Her BFF, Andrea Mitchell from NBC News, clarified that last night. Saying that she made a mistake and that she knows that there's troops and 6,000 to 7,000 on the ground. She knows that.
Well, I'm glad Andrea Mitchell's there to do the cleanup work. But fresh off that performance, she sat down with Israeli Channel 2 television, and she had this to say about where ISIS is coming down in this election, which is important. I mean, this is a real value-added information she has.
Matt Olson, the former director of our National Counterterrorism Center, makes this point. I found it even surprising how clear and compelling the case was, where he quoted ISIS spokespeople rooting for Donald Trump's victory because Trump has made Islam and Muslims part of his campaign. And basically, Matt Olson argues that the jihadists see this as a great gift. They are saying, oh, please, Allah, make Trump president of America.
Oh, boy.
I saw that, too. And she went with like this with her hands, like, please, Allah, and looked up to the sky. Stop it.
Well, two things. I mean, if you can't believe an ISIS spokesman, who can you believe?
I know.
Number one. Number two, she does a heck of an impersonation of an ISIS spokesman. Yeah. Maybe.
Was it the hand gesture or the look up toward the ceiling?
I think it was the...
Or is it a combination of both?
Please, Allah.
Yeah.
And then she took out her prayer rug. Mike Rogers joins us now to assess the veracity of that charge. Mike Rogers, of course, former Michigan congressman, former chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, former FBI agent, now the host of CNN's Declassified. Seems like his career, there was an apex when he worked for the FBI, then it declined as a member of Congress. Now I don't know where it is again. Now. I mean, being on CNN. Mike Rogers, thanks so much for joining us again. Appreciate it.
So hurtful. So hurtful. You sound like my dad. My dad used to say, I got 5 boys, 4 turned out really good, and I got 1 in Congress.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. You're welcome to my family dinner, apparently.
Yeah, thank you.
The additional help.
Appreciate it. What about that? I mean, that's some breaking news that ISIS is praying to Allah to deliver the Oval Office to Trump.
I mean, this thing just gets crazier by the minute. And if you heard her, which, by the way, is just on the face of it ludicrous, and worse than that, it seems desperate to me.
Yeah.
On behalf of the Clinton campaign, that they would even say that.
And this okay, go on.
If you look at the classification problem in the answering of the questions, she contradicted herself several times. I mean, they are a mess. That campaign's a mess. This, I worry that this is. I don't worry. I mean, this might be that first sign that they're imploding when you start saying outrageous things like the terrorist country who's killed Americans is really supporting my opponent. That sounds like something that crazy candidate who gets about 3% says. It doesn't sound like a mainstream presidential candidate.
Well, as a former FBI agent, when you hear that, the FBI requested that the Clinton campaign or her lawyers turn over 13 devices and that 2 were smashed, 1 with a hammer, I mean, how does that make you feel that she was able to, escape prosecution?
Well, in the FBI, we would call a smashed piece of evidence as it was turned in a clue.
Yes. That is, slow down. Don't use these technical jargon with us.
Yeah, exactly. It is really out. This whole thing is outrageous. They found this was, and I was very, very disappointed in the FBI. And I knew the director, and I worked with the director when I was chairman, and had utmost respect for him. I don't know if they felt they had to play some political game or not, but you do not ever want your FBI director playing politics. I don't care if they're going after a Republican, a Democrat, a Green Party. It should never matter. The law should matter. When she herself, and this is what drove me crazy about that as an FBI guy, she was very clear. A lawyer wrote this line for it. There was no header on any document that said classified. No header. If you notice, she repeated it several times. Well, in one email she sent to her staff, she asked them to remove the header and send in an unclassified manner. So technically she's right. There was no header, but she clearly knew, and they knew that they were talking in classified information on an unsecured server. And we find out through that investigation that she was having conversations on her personal BlackBerry to her server overseas. And I have to tell you, there is no less secure form of communications than when you take your device overseas anywhere. All of that is likely going to get intercepted, especially if you're the Secretary of State of the United States. Well, it is mind-boggling that they have just said, well, there's nothing to see here, move along.
And the no header story that she came up with on Wednesday evening is different than what she told the FBI when she was interviewed. It's different than what she's been saying for most of the last year. I mean, it's just kind of trying out new apocryphal lines to explain this away, to try and kind of turn the campaign to other issues. And it doesn't seem to be working terribly well. Yesterday, Julian Assange from WikiLeaks said he has up to 100,000 pages of Clinton documents still to come between now and November 8th, the November 8th election. Now, it's important to point out, as we did yesterday, this is not casting Julian Assange in some heroic light. He's no hero. He's no friend of the United States. But what is coming out, regardless of what you think of Assange, continues to be that much more troubling. And that's compounded by Congressman Steve Russell, Republican from Oklahoma, who said that if people saw the information that he has seen that has not been released to the public regarding Clinton's mishandling of classified information, the American public would be, quote, absolutely appalled. So it doesn't seem like this is going away, and nor should it.
Well, it should not go away. This gets to both your judgment and character to be commander-in-chief. I thought when that serviceman got up and asked the question, and the reason he did that, there's this very kind of an uneasy feeling across that community of people who deal with classified information that there now are different standards. If I violate a much lower threshold standard, I probably will go to jail, lose my job, lose my clearance. And if you're at Hillary Clinton's level, you might just get to be president of the whole thing. And that's dangerous because we have these problems all the time. Individuals, Snowden to me is a great example. He decided on his own that he thought something bad was happening. Come to find out, he was wrong about that. That was all approved and legal, and even the review committee found it. But he decided, all on his own, that he knew better than everyone else, and then took that information to the loving arms of an FSB agent in Moscow that hurt national security. You can't have these people making up their minds like that. And what happens when you set this standard is you're telling all those people, well, maybe it's not such a big deal that you talk about classified sensitive programs and information. Well, it is. The military knows it is, and that's why people are so nervous. And it's not just her. Imagine the people she's bringing in. You'll bring thousands of people into that organization when you become president. I think there's some 6,000 appointments total. If those people have been used to violating that standard, you are going to have some real problems in administering your government and keeping anything from our adversaries.
Yeah, and I mean, just imagine if Hillary Clinton becomes president, all the political paybacks and people that donated to the Clinton Foundation will become ambassadors and things like that. But speaking of Russia, Donald Trump, just wanted to get your opinion about this kind of bromance and these positive, kind words for Vladimir Putin that came out of Donald Trump's mouth repeatedly in the last few days.
Yeah, listen, I think one in-depth, the intelligence briefings that presidential candidates get, candidly are not that deep. And you get one good briefing about Russia, what Russia's doing. And remember, this isn't a mistake that hasn't been made before. George Bush thought he had a connection with Putin. Do you remember that? He looked into his eyes and saw his soul. And it was a mistake. And Barack Obama did the same thing. Actually, Hillary Clinton with the whole reset. Remember the whole reset shenanigans they did with the big red button and what a mistake that was. And I think that every president probably almost should go in thinking, I'm the one that can solve this problem. I think, he needs to understand fully what the Russians are up to today. He will get that as president, and I think that will correct course pretty quickly. As a guy that was in business, normally if you know that the four contractors you've been working with have been stealing money from you, won't take you long to figure that out. I think you're going to look at the same kind of process that goes on here. So, again, the last few presidents all thought that they could do it. And Ronald Reagan, by the way, the same thing, and he actually did make some progress. They all believe that they can go and be the person that changes, a guy like Putin's mind. And we'll find out. I doubt it. As a guy that saw all of the information of what the Russians are up to, I doubt it. But, hey, it's always worth a shot. And then let's get back to the business of putting him back in the box.
Speaking of autocrats, I wanted to get your threat assessment of the latest missile test in North Korea. And the threat that North Korea poses, is it a regional threat or is it a global threat?
Well, currently it's a regional threat. They claim that they have the capability by missile to strike the western United States. I am suspect that they have the missile that could carry a nuclear weapon and reach the western coast of the United States. That said, however, you can't just go on science alone. You have to go on what your intent is. And so he has said that he would reach out and strike the United States if he needs to. He's very, very verbose. He's very aggressive in his speech. You have to start worrying about it. And just watching this happen and having the administration just kind of roll over and watch these, I think they're up to 5 nuclear tests, multiple long-range missile ICBM-type tests that you need an ICBM to launch a nuclear missile. All of that is very, very concerning. And the other problem is he's just so unstable. He is, about every 2 weeks, they haul somebody out from his administration and shoot him.
Yeah. No.
Matter of fact, he had his brother shot with an anti-aircraft weapon, which is a pretty brutal way to go, and it was apparently pretty public for North Korea to show that he was in charge.
We're going to have
all of that means danger.
We're going to have to scramble Dennis Rodman for some shuttle diplomacy. All right, he is Mike Rogers, former U.S. Army officer, former FBI agent, former Michigan congressman and House Intelligence Committee chairman, and now the host of CNN's Declassified. Mike, thanks so much for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Hey, thanks for having me. Thanks, Dan. Thank you.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Some sun's going to be shining soon, but we cannot rule out a chance of a thunderstorm late this afternoon, early this evening. A high today of 82 degrees. Saturday looks like it's going to be a soggy start to your Saturday. Showers in places in the morning, then becoming less humid, breezy, a crisp day, 72 degrees. And on Sunday, plenty of sunshine and a high in the mid-70s. Let's get those travel times a lot different than yesterday morning, right, Jim Telemonte?
In some places it's better, Amy. In some places, though, it's worse. Bishop Ford inbound at Steel Bridge. There's a crash. The 2 right lanes. It is jammed from 8094 the Tri-State up to the Steel Bridge. 43 minutes, 8094 to the Rhine. I-57 clocks in at 35 minutes. Eden's 30 minutes. Lake Cook to the Junction. Outbound 24. Kennedy 37 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. Outbound 33. The Eisenhower is now an hour and 6 minutes from Thorndale to downtown. Outbound it's 40 minutes. Stevenson, an hour and 3 minutes. 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound 40 minutes. Bryan, 26 minutes. 95th to downtown. Eastbound Reagan Tollway stop and go. 3:55 to Findlay. That's due to a crash on the left shoulder. In Porter County, it's slow going on eastbound 94 from State Road 249 to US 20. I'm Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
I'm Lou Dobbs. Apple not releasing sales figures for the newest iPhone. Dell Computers planning thousands of job cuts, and Ford expanding a nationwide recall. Those stories are next.
Bill Bennett here to tell you about Augusta Precious Metals. The stock market crash of 2008 wiped out as much as 50% of IRA or 401k accounts. Can you afford to lose again if the next crash comes? What if you could store your IRA or 401k where you can see, touch, and hold it in your hands? Well, with the Augusta Gold and Silver IRA, you can transfer retirement savings into physical coins and store them where you can actually hold them in your hands, where you can get your gold fast in a disaster. Call Augusta Precious Metals today at 855-222-6993 and receive a free gold and silver IRA guide. There is no obligation. It's rated A+ with the Better Business Bureau. Augusta Precious Metals enjoys a 98% 5-star customer satisfaction rating with TrustLink.org. Trust Augusta. Call Augusta Precious Metals today at 855-222-6993. That's 855-222-6993. 855-222-6993.
In the wake of less than enthusiastic reviews, Apple saying it won't release first weekend sales numbers for its new iPhone 7. Industry observers say the decision will make it more difficult to predict the new smartphone's prospects. Dell Technologies will cut between 2,000 and 3,000 jobs after yesterday's purchase of data storage company EMC. Layoffs that will be mostly here in the United States will take place in the supply chain and marketing divisions. Financial regulators and the Federal Reserve planning to ask Congress for new limits on commodity market activities by U.S. banks. Ford is adding to a nationwide recall 1.5 million cars, vans, and SUVs. Their doors can pop open while moving. Please join me for Lou Dobbs tonight at 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
Before you invest, read the prospectus in the registration statement and other documents the issuer has filed with the SEC for more complete information about the issuer and this offering.
This is a special public announcement for investors. Have you tried to invest during an initial public offering but never got the chance because big banks and private institutions have already scooped up all the stock? Well, now there's an exciting investment opportunity where you can be in on the IPO of a game-changing digital media company listed on NASDAQ. FOTV. FOTV is a group of millennial-focused digital media companies that creates, markets, and distributes live hologram events and premium Hollywood movie content to global audiences via live streaming, virtual reality, and 360. Powered by Holograms USA cutting-edge visual technology. Featured on the Country Music Awards, Jimmy Kimmel Live, and the Coachella Music Festival. Discover a real IPO investment opportunity. Invest as little or as much as you want. Call now for your free FOTV prospectus. 800-409-2501. 800-409-2501. That's 800-409-2501.
I've been taking the Balance of Nature fruits and veggie capsules for many years. What hooked me was something I wasn't expecting. I was playing golf with one of my friends, and midway through the round, he looks over at me and says, "What's going on here? You're killing me. Did you get new clubs or something?" It dawned on me that the only thing I'm doing different is taking Balance of Nature. I've been a 15 handicap golfer for a long time. 3 months after I started taking the fruits and veggies, I started dropping strokes off my handicap. Even my sons noticed I was playing better. I told them, when I started getting enough fruits and veggies in my diet, I felt better. Better concentration, better swing. When you feel better, you play better.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
Attention market watchers. Until recently, the market hadn't seen back-to-back days of 500-point losses since November of 2008. What if you had no market exposure? What if you didn't have to worry about the markets? How would you sleep? Leave the volatility behind. Hi, this is Jack Taboda. Our proprietary income strategies provide reliable, inflation-protected income, guaranteed for life, with no market exposure. Call me at 630-777-7955. That's 630-777-7955. You've worked hard to build your wealth. I work hard to protect it. 630-777-7955.
Insurance products may be presented and guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the insurance company represented. Securities offered through ProEquities Inc., a registered broker-dealer and member FINRA SIPC. Advisory services offered through Harvest Investment Services LLC, a registered investment advisor. Taboda and Associates and Harvest Investment Services LLC are independent of ProEquities Inc.
This is Bob.
Hi, I'm Bob.
His company put their trust in Air Comfort to keep their business running cool all summer. Bob knows the value of proper chiller maintenance that includes end-of-season service, so he'll be ready for next summer.
I'm ready.
Dave, on the other hand, thought he could put off servicing his chiller at the end of last season and had 3 complete shutdowns this summer. Needless to say, his staff and customers were not happy. Moral of the story? Preventative maintenance will save you time, money, and trouble. As the hot weather ends, you need maintenance on your chiller before the start of next season. Air Comfort has one of the largest commercial and industrial service groups in the Chicago area, with a dedicated factory-trained chiller department that takes a scientific approach to analyzing your system and determining any needed maintenance. They know how to work on large equipment, perform an analysis of your chiller, and get you ready for next season. Call 708-345-1900 or visit aircomfort.com. Air Comfort, providing the right climate for business since 1935.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer,
Brett Baier at 7:07.
But first, into the newsroom we go. Here's Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, the mayor's water sewer tax increase approved in committee. Chicago Public Schools looking into a camera set up in a bathroom. Cubs visiting the Astros later tonight. WIND Chicago News Time, 7 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. Condemnation and concern around the world after North Korea's latest nuclear test, just a day after President Obama left the region. Fox Radio's Alistair Wanklin is live in Laos.
That's right, Lisa. The blast appeared to be North Korea's largest yet. It came shortly after Air Force One flew nearby, pausing in Japan to refuel on its way to Washington. South Korea convened its Security Council, and even China slammed its ally. North Korea's fifth nuclear test came as many North Koreans marked their National Day holiday, and it appeared intended to strengthen the leadership of Kim Jong-un. But North Korean state television said it was proof of weaponry and a message to the U.S. that if attacked, the North will strike back. Lisa.
Alistair, the White House says President Obama was briefed overnight on his way back from Asia, then phoned the leaders of South Korea and Japan, vowing serious consequences for North Korea's provocative actions. The UN Security Council now plans to meet later today, its second meeting this week on North Korea. The race for the White House is a dead heat in new battleground polls. Fox Radio's Rachel Sutherland, live in Washington.
Lisa, Democrat Hillary Clinton has the lead in Pennsylvania and in North Carolina. But a new Quinnipiac University swing state poll shows Republican Donald Trump gaining an edge in Ohio and Florida. The candidates are tied in Florida at 47. Trump is leading by 1 point in Ohio, and Clinton is holding on to a 4-point lead in North Carolina and a 5-point lead in Pennsylvania. The survey finds there remains gender and racial gaps in the battleground states. Lisa.
Thanks, Rachel. An unusual warning from the FAA now telling people who have the new Samsung smartphone, the Galaxy Note 7, not to turn it on or charge it during flights after numerous reports of the devices catching fire. That phone has been recalled around the globe. You're listening to Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
In Chicago right now, we have mostly cloudy skies. Some heavy, dense fog, especially south of I-80. 70 degrees at 7:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. City of Chicago receiving almost $2.5 million in federal money. It will help cover the cost of overtime for police amid a spike in violent crime. Chicago saw its deadliest month in 2 decades in August, recording 90 homicides. Mayor Emanuel's plan to raise the taxes on water and sewer bills is advancing. AM 560's David Stewart says it's cleared a key committee hurdle on Thursday.
Passage of the tax hike came even though some aldermen have doubts about whether it will be enough to fix a major city pension fund. Alderman John Arena, for one, wants a guarantee written into the law that the revenue will be dedicated to the municipal employees' pension fund.
Be literal about that, because we have constituents that don't buy the line that we're selling, that this is what's going to solve the problem.
The City Council Finance Committee overwhelmingly approved the plan to boost the tax by $226 a year over a 4-year period. David Stewart, NBC News Radio, Chicago.
A manufacturer of gluten-free and allergy-friendly cookies and other foods says it's moving production out of Illinois, leaving Schiller Park, heading to southern Indiana and hiring 200. One of the most unique parts of living in the city of Chicago and owning season tickets is the thrill of getting that brick of tickets in the mail. But for fans of the Chicago Blackhawks, that feeling is now in the past. According to Crane Chicago Business, a letter went out to Blackhawks season ticket holders last week informing them that the team is moving to all digital tickets for the upcoming season. Fans can use either their smartphones to display the ticket or to get into the UC for games, or you can print them out on your computer at home, but the team will no longer be using ticket stubs for season ticket holders. Cubs' magic number now down to 8. Milwaukee beats St. Louis 12-5. NFL, the regular season opener, goes to the Broncos over the Panthers 21-20. The news service of Accountemps. Do you need accounting and finance professionals for long-term or recurring projects? If you prefer the same professional to handle your project through its duration, Accountemps Salary Professional Service may be the solution. Call today or visit accountemps.com. Accountemps, a Robert Half company. 7:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Raj Shah, host of Secure Retirement Radio. I believe not only in protecting your retirement and making the growth going forward, but also having a tax-efficient retirement as well, because you want your retirement portfolios to generate an income stream that will last for your life, for your spouse's life, and if you have kids, that will pass on to the next generation as well. Tune in for Secure Retirement Radio with Raj Shah, Sunday mornings at 7 here on AM 560, The Answer.
You're listening to the sound of an actual heart beating outside of a human body. Thanks to modern technology, a doctor can now keep a donor heart beating until it's ready to be transplanted into its recipient. Yet if our doctor wanted to transfer a phone call from her desk phone to her cell, she couldn't, because her phone system can't do that. At Vonage, we think it's about time business communications caught up. See what Vonage can do for your business at Vonage.com/it'sabouttime.
QL1, you've been talking a lot about Rocket Mortgage by Quicken Loans lately. What would you say is the best reason to use it? It's easy to use. You can get approved in minutes. It's convenient. Hey, QL1, I asked for the best reason. Oh, hold on. I wasn't finished. You can share your pay stubs and bank statements at the touch of a button, so you get real numbers, not estimates, and 3, 2, 1. Rocket Mortgage at QuickenLoans.com. Push button, get mortgage.
Rocket. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
7:06. Let's check the roads. AM 560 traffic center time. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the eastbound Eden Spur, delays kick in just past Waukegan Road, and it's very slow Dempster to the junction. 30 minutes Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 24. The Kennedy is heavy all the way in now. 51 minutes O'Hare to downtown. 22 from Montrose, 15 in the Express. Outbound 20 minutes to Montrose and 35 to the airport. The Eisenhower is an hour and 6 minutes, Thorndale to downtown, 50 minutes from Manheim, outbound 43 to Thorndale. Now Stevenson delays start at Weber, and it's an hour and 10 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 40 minutes. Ryan, 26 minutes, 95th to downtown, I-57, 35 minutes, I-80 to the merge, Bishop Ford 43 after a crash at the Steel Bridge. Northbound Tri-State slow, Southwest Highway most of the way to 47, then from the Reagan Tollway to the Grand Avenue curve. Eastbound Adams Tollway a bit tight, Bartlett to 53, Reagan Tollway slow 31 to Eola, and then from 355 to Finley, there's a crash on the left shoulder. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, and AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Today, some sun, then clouds increasing. Humid with a shower or a thunderstorm in spots late in the afternoon. High of 82. Mainly cloudy and humid tonight with occasional rain and a thunderstorm low of 66. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
66 at O'Hare, 70 along the lakefront. Next news at 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by The Steve Beeman Show with co-host Carol Parisi, empowering you Sunday evenings at 8 right here on AM 560.
Good morning. Welcome to your Friday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
If he says great things about me, I'm going to say great things about him. I've already said he is really very much of a leader. I mean, you can say, oh, isn't that a terrible thing he called? I mean, the man has very strong control over a country.
What would Ronald Reagan say about a Republican nominee who attacks America's generals and heaps praise on Russia's president?
The big question for the press now is how do we stop projecting some kind of parity between these two candidates? Because the great story here is disparity between the two in terms of seriousness, experience, and even truth-telling.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Well, we're just a couple months from an election, and so Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump in a dead heat, and it's time to go back to the fundamentals for Hillary Clinton, and that means charges that she is a victim of sexism. Some of those charges are without foundation, and other charges are also without foundation. Here's the first one about smiling.
Hi, good morning. Secretary Clinton, you've been criticized by the RNC for your demeanor last night, that you were too serious, that you didn't smile enough. Can you react to that? And also, you suggested that there is a double standard. Do you think that you're treated differently in this race because you're a woman?
Well, I'm going to let all of you ponder that last question. I think there will be a lot of PhD theses and popular journalism writing on that subject for years to come.
Yeah. Despite the fact that the phrase angry white male has become anodyne through overuse in our culture, Hillary Clinton is the only candidate who's ever been advised to smile more. Hardly. It's kind of smacks of desperation, like her claim that ISIS is rooting for Donald Trump. And then there's the story she told to Humans of New York, which is a blog featuring interviews done on the streets of New York, about taking the LSAT in the entrance exam for law school,
right,
in a big classroom at Harvard, and being pilloried rhetorically by men in the testing room who suggested that, quote, you don't need to be here, quote, there's plenty else you can do, quote.
Did anybody tell her to go back into the kitchen?
No, and then
go home and take care of your man?
Not that she recalls, but she does recall that one said, if you take my spot, I'll get drafted, and I'll go to Vietnam, and I'll die. I think some enterprising reporters should perhaps follow up on this story that smacks of sniper fire in Bosnia and see if we can identify some of the people who were in that testing room, including the friend that she supposedly went to take the LSAT with.
Her girlfriend?
That story sounds...
It's a little bit of an exaggeration in my mind.
Well, I think it just sounds very contrived, including how she characterizes the people that were jeering at her, how she describes what they said, the words she used. The words that, I don't know, guys don't use.
Right.
They don't talk
Especially
like that.
when you're taking your LSAT.
It's a bit bizarre, but this is the cloak of victimization that she is donning now because she wants to remind everybody that she's a woman, as if we didn't know. Well, speaking of enterprising reporters, we're happy to be joined again by such an individual. He is Brett Baier, host of Fox News Special Report, 5 p.m. Chicago time, Monday to Friday. And now
he gets to work 6 days a week.
That's right. It's about time they put him to work over there. Special Report Sunday with Brett Baier. This is going to run starting this Sunday at 7 p.m. Chicago time. And we'll go through the November 8th election to provide additional election coverage. Brett, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Yeah, good morning. Excited about the show. We're going to kind of wrap up the Sunday shows, look ahead to the week. As you guys know, there's a lot to cover.
Yeah, and you've got an exclusive tonight with Jay Johnson on your Special Report program in advance of the anniversary of 9/11 on Sunday.
Yeah, and there's a lot of things to talk about, not only the evolution of the threat of terrorism over the last 15 years since 9/11, but also, issues that are heavy on the campaign trail, immigration, deportation, the Syrian refugees, being able to screen them or not screen them, and what exactly is happening on the border. So we hope to get to a lot of that tonight with Secretary Johnson.
Are you going to ask Secretary Johnson what Aleppo is?
Yes.
Man, Gary Johnson had a different Johnson, had a different take on that. I think, listen, he bounced back, he apologized, but it was not a good moment for the Libertarian candidate. And, he's trying to get to 15% to get on that debate stage, and I don't think he's going to get there.
Yeah, that's that yesterday, or that exchange on Morning Joe certainly not going to help. Speaking of the debate, so we had this first joint appearance, if you will, between Trump and Hillary on Wednesday night, talking about national security issues. And it leaves one wanting a little bit. There were mistakes made on both sides. Hillary, this is supposedly her area of expertise, given her years of service. She doesn't know that we have troops in Iraq and Syria on the ground. And, Donald Trump continues his rhetorical niceties with Vlad Putin, probably neither one helping themselves too much.
Yeah, you're probably right. I think Clinton, it's interesting. She had to come out the next morning. I think the Clinton campaign clearly signaled that that they had more to clean up from that forum, and so she did what she has been loath to do, which is a press conference. The first one, she's had a couple of press gaggles, but the first one in 270-something days. And she wanted to say, when I said ground troops, I meant large numbers of combat troops, and I'm supportive of special forces and trainers and all this stuff. So it's kind of like the definition of what is, what is ground troops. And that's interesting. Donald Trump, I think he still has to get over the bar of people saying, can he be commander-in-chief? But he has the whole change thing going for him. Because, this administration has a lot of hotspots around the world where they're directly tied or their policy has affected it directly.
But do you think he's insulted some members of the military? I mean, during that forum, he gave really, had some harsh words for military generals.
Yeah, he said the generals have been reduced to rubble. He didn't say it in an eloquent way, but Pence then had his own cleanup yesterday and said, what he was meaning to say was that the Obama administration's decisions have essentially emasculated these generals. They have reduced them to rubble as far as their leadership. And Pence kind of did his own cleanup, much like Clinton did with that press conference.
Yeah, and I mean it's one of these things where if they were better at making arguments, you wouldn't have so much cleanup to do as you're describing. I mean, for example, look, some of these generals are wrong all the time. I mean, I respect their opinions, I respect their expertise, but they've been wrong in the past, and some of these generals succumb to political pressure too. I mean, that's just the reality. Just because somebody has 3 or 4 stars on their lapel doesn't mean they're infallible. And so, it's just a different conversation if you provide a little more context.
Well, not only that, but you could make the argument, a candidate who was steeped in some of the military stuff that's been going on, that the rank and file, the soldiers on the field, the commanders who are out there in the battlefield will tell you that this administration has not promoted guys who have been on the front lines. And we have a lot of them with a ton of experience now after a lot of deployments, and yet they're not the ones that get elevated to the highest positions in the flag corps. So I think, there are a lot of arguments to make that the military is very upset about this administration's activities, but Donald Trump hasn't made those or hasn't chosen to make
Right, and he could have also done a little bit more invoking. I mean, he did mention it, but of the 90-odd military leaders who have endorsed him, and make some reference to, I'm not talking about generals writ large or military experts writ large. I've got people that are supporting me. She's got people that are supporting her. We have different philosophies on military readiness. And frankly, go back to the speech he gave Wednesday morning at the Union League Club in Philadelphia, where he, outlined some detail, put some meat on the bones there of national security and military preparedness.
Yeah. You could also go around the globe and say what's happening now. I mean, for an administration that says the wars are over, that they have put 400 more troops, adding to the 4,600 on the ground in Iraq. They have added 300 special forces finally to Syria, but that's, according to everybody in the military, very inadequate to help them. You have situations that are kind of exploding. You have this failed rescue in Afghanistan that we're hearing could have happened 3 days earlier, but it was stopped at the White House because they couldn't approve the mission. So all of these missions are being approved, micromanaged from Washington.
Now, during the National Security Town Hall on NBC, Hillary Clinton, I was surprised that nobody in the audience asked her about the smashing of her Blackberries. Were you surprised, too, that never came up?
Well, I mean, she did get a lot of email questions, and a lot of the Democrats and the Clinton folks were very upset about that. But you're right. I mean, that is a glaring thing that politically is a problem for. I mean, you could say you're transparent, but then why do you hammer 2 BlackBerries to destroy them? You can't find 11, and the laptop's lost in the mail.
Well, what do you think of this? So this is an issue that's going to dog her through the duration of the campaign, clearly, especially Julian Assange saying he's got 100,000 pages more of Clinton documents to release. But what do you think about the story we mentioned at the top here, this interview she gave to Humans of New York, where she tells the story about her LSAT? I've never heard that story before. And, I mean, do you think that merits follow-up to make sure that it's truthy? Or is this just kind of an ancillary thing? Because it seems to me, coming out of what she said on the tarmac there at the outside of that press conference, that she's going to be, feminist Hillary again, and this is, a woman being treated differently than a man in the political arena.
Well, I think it's worth a follow-up, and I think that, a number of stories are worthy of follow-up once, especially when they're told a couple of times on the trail. I will say that, on the other side, there are a lot of stories that Donald Trump says that need to be followed up on, too. And,
yeah.
And if we did all the follow-up, we wouldn't have any more reporters.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. All right. He is Brett Baier, the host of Fox News Special Report, Monday to Friday, 5 p.m. Chicago time tonight. He's got the interview with Homeland Security Director Jay Johnson. And starting Sunday and running through November 8th, the November 8th election, 7 p.m. Chicago time, it's Special Report Sunday with Brett Baier. Brett, thanks as always for joining us. Appreciate it.
I think what he was trying to say was have a great weekend.
Yes, exactly.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Oh, the ladies of The View are demanding that one presidential candidate step down. But first, here's your forecast. Sunshine today, some high clouds. And we can't rule out a thunderstorm in spots late this afternoon. Tonight, occasional rain and or a thunderstorm. And your weekend looks pretty good with some showers in place in the morning on Saturday, then becoming less humid, breezy, a high of 72. And on Sunday, no rain, just plenty of sunshine and a high of 74. Any sun shining down on those travel times? Here's Jim Telemonte.
Well, it's getting pretty heavy all around. There are delays in northwest Indiana on eastbound 94. This is from State Road 249 to US 20 due to construction. Westbound 8094 is heavy from Torrance to the Bishop Ford after earlier crash at the Steel Bridge. Bishop Ford improving. It's 35 minutes, 8094 to the Ryan. I-57, 35 minutes as well from I-80 to the Ryan. Edens is 33 minutes, Lake Hook to the Junction. Outbound 26th at Kennedy. Now an hour from O'Hare to downtown. Outbound 38 minutes. Eisenhower is an hour and 15 minutes. Thorndale to the post office. Outbound 43 minutes. Stevenson an hour and 10 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound it's 40 minutes. Northbound Tri-State delays are in pockets. 95th to 31st. And from the Reagan tollway to the Grand Avenue curve. The other tollways are lighter than they've been all week. Just mild delays. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560 Traffic Center.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing, independently owned business bank. Signature Bank listens to your story, learns about your business, and sticks with their customers. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Mick O'Rourke, co-founder, president, and CEO of Signature Bank. We founded Signature Bank in 2006 with one goal, to serve as Chicago's business bank. Now, 10 years later, we've seen that vision turn into a reality. We'd like to help your business realize all of its potential. My co-founders and I have many years of experience in commercial banking. When we learn about your business, we sit down across the table from you. When you have concerns, we pick up the phone to talk them through. We know your name and your story. At Signature Bank, when we make a commitment, we deliver.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Don't let yesterday's accomplishments affect today. Use Blue Emu, available in stores nationwide.
When flipping houses, there's one golden rule. Cash talks. I'm going to show you how you can easily get $10,000 plus all the cash you'll ever need for free. I'm Andrew Holmes, popular radio show host and founder of Chicago's #1 flipping team. And I've flipped over 600 houses in Chicago right under your nose. And now I'm going to show you how. I'm holding a free seminar right here in the Chicagoland area where I'll give a select few the opportunity to use my funding to flip houses and net up to $40,000 per deal without spending a dime of your own money. You don't need good credit and you don't need any of your own money. If the deal is good, you'll get the funds. The first 100 people to call 844-MONEY40 and register will receive my Blueprint to Real Estate Wealth System for free. All you have to do is find a great deal and pass it on to me and I'll give you $10,000. Time is running out. Seating is very limited. Call 844-MONEY40. That's 844-MONEY40.
Hi, I'm Paul. I used to ask if you could hear me now with Verizon, but I switched to Sprint. Sprint's network reliability is now within 1% of Verizon. Plus, Sprint changed the game again with their new unlimited data plan that gives you the freedom to do whatever.
Wow, unlimited data?
Yep.
I watch dog videos, cat videos, dogs with cats videos. No overages, no worries.
People seem pretty excited.
Ooh, and I play puzzle games and candy things and text, ping, post, snap, tweet, IM, DM. Hashtag best unlimited on the planet.
Can you hear that? So, switch to Sprint's Unlimited Freedom Plan. Get unlimited mobile optimized streaming videos, gaming, music, and data for $60 a month. Live your life unlimited. Live free. Visit a Sprint store, sprint.com/freedom, or call 1-800-SPRINT1 today.
Coverage and offer not every word for discounted phone, subject to credit and $30 activation fee. Excludes taxes, surcharges, roaming, and premium content. Streaming may be mobile optimized with video up to 480p and music up to 500 kilobytes per second. Games limited up to 2 megabytes per second. Prohibited network use rules apply and data deprioritization during congestion. Reliability claim based on third-party data restrictions apply.
AM 560. The Answer. Don't miss Freedom Summit Chicago 2016, October 29th in Itasca. Tickets are on sale now at freedomsummitchicago.com.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So everybody's having fun piling on Gary Johnson for what is admittedly an awful moment he had on Morning Joe this week.
Yeah, he couldn't answer what Aleppo is, where it was. He didn't know it was a town in Syria, the epicenter of where all the refugees are, where all those... You remember the 5-year-old boy, too, that was... That picture, that iconic picture of the 5-year-old that was, stunned in the back of the ambulance. That was also, it happened in Aleppo. But he was, so he made the comment, we all know what happened, but he was confronted in the hallways of MSNBC, and they asked him, what just happened?
No one is taking this more seriously than me. I feel horrible. What do you think will happen now? Well, that I have to get smarter, and that's just part of the process.
And then he made the rounds, and he was on Cavuto yesterday afternoon on Fox Business, and he had this to say in explanation.
All right, I'm going to try and make lemonade out of this is what I'm going to try and do, which is to talk about the policy in Syria right now. And Aleppo is at the epicenter of that policy. But you didn't seem to know that. Well, I was thinking acronym when he said Aleppo, and guilty. No excuse whatsoever.
But did you see, as you appreciated the magnitude of that you were kissing your chances goodbye?
No, well, if it is kissing my chances goodbye, so be it. But I've always been served really well by telling the truth, and you tell the truth, and you can get your way through things.
Yeah, it was. I like Gary Johnson much more now because he admitted he made a mistake. He's owning up to it, but that wasn't enough for the ladies on The View, Dan. He went into the lion's den, and Joy Behar, she wants him to step down as a presidential candidate.
I know what it is, and I should not be any smarter than you because you're running for president. I think it's a disqualifying statement, frankly.
And fair enough.
You have your right to opinion, but he's not He's not disqualified for running for president, and he's not going to step down.
Let me tell you something. Joy Behar, did you know what Aleppo was last August? Or do you just know now? Let me tell you something else, too. How humbling it is to run for office, even the president of the United States. An accomplished individual like Gary Johnson, who had a terrible moment and made a very bad mistake, has to be lectured by one of the most boisterously ignorant people on the planet, in Joy Behar. This woman, is someone who, and Gary Johnson should have shot back if he had the knowledge or had the staff. This is a woman who referred to C.S. Lewis as a children's book author.
Yeah,
this is how just catastrophically ignorant.
Well, Gary Johnson rose
is.
above the fray and didn't bring any of that up.
I understand. And by the way, for all of the tut-tutting of the D.C. press corps and ignoramuses like Joy Behar, New York Times journalist Alan Rappaport, it's tough to maintain the moral high ground when you don't know what you're talking about and criticizing somebody else for not knowing what they're talking about. The New York Times twice incorrectly cited Aleppo as first the capital of the Islamic State, which is not. It's Raqqa.
I didn't know that.
And then it described Aleppo as the capital city of Syria, which is, of course, Damascus. So the New York Times is wagging its finger at Gary Johnson while displaying its own ignorance. All the deep thinkers and the Praetorian Guard of the geopolitically enlightened, like the New York Times, or for gosh sakes, like the ladies of The View. Give me a break.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I'm telling you right now, it's awesome. I was trying to get my blood pressure regulated, okay? And after 3 days of taking this thing, my blood pressure went back down to normal. I am ecstatic. I am so happy with this stuff. It is my savior.
Well, I had back pain for the last 40 years. 4 days after I started taking this stuff, it's gone.
This was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now. It works.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
Hey, have you wanted to buy a MyPillow? Well, you're in luck. For this month only, when you buy one premium MyPillow, you can still get the second pillow free, but you'll also receive 2 additional Go Anywhere MyPillows. So you're actually getting 2 premium and 2 Go Anywhere MyPillows for the price of only 1. It is the best offer ever. And nearly every AM 560 host endorses MyPillow because it is the best. The National Sleep Foundation agrees because they made it their official pillow. It's washable. I love that. To remove all that icky stuff that causes allergies, acne, and asthma. So it's healthy and you'll sleep better. I know I do. So visit MyPillow.com, click the radio listener special tab, and use the promo code Amy. You'll get 2 premium MyPillows plus 2 Go Anywhere pillows, all for the price of 1. Or you can call 800-489-0201. That's 800-489-0201. Mention the radio listener special and use the promo code Amy. That's MyPillow.com. Or 800-489-0201. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We mentioned that 88 former military leaders are backing Donald Trump. We're going to talk to one of them. His name is Admiral Phil Anselmo. That's at 7:37.
But first, into the newsroom we go. Here once again is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, good morning. 69 degrees. North Korea says its nuclear test today paves the way for a set of stronger, smaller, lighter nuclear weapons. And also it is a first for Pyongyang. 2 tests in 1 year. North Korea's latest nuclear test is being met with global condemnation, including from our Secretary of State, John Kerry.
Obviously, Japan and South Korea particularly are deeply concerned because of the neighborhood, but I think it's fair to say that China, Russia, the United States, everybody shares concerns.
What could be a pivotal phase of the presidential election begins today in North Carolina. First of 37 states that will allow balloting by mail for any reason or in person. House lawmakers voting later today on a bill that allows families of 9/11 victims to sue Saudi Arabia. The House is expected to approve that bill. President Obama expected to veto it. The FAA trying to clip the wings of the newest Samsung smartphone, the Galaxy Note 7. Aviation safety officials are warning airline passengers not to turn on or charge the Note 7 during flights following numerous reports of the devices catching fire. Chicago Teachers Union officially now setting dates for a strike authorization vote. The House of Delegates saying the vote will take place September 21st through September 23. Mayor Emanuel's plan to raise city water and sewer taxes gets initial approval from the City Council's Finance Committee on a 26-6 vote. And University of Illinois Board of Trustees voting to make the wallets of the school's president and its head football coach a little larger. Board voting yesterday to pay a $100,000 performance bonus to President Timothy Killeen. Trustees now also approved a 6-year contract with Illini football coach Lovie Smith that pays him $21 million. Cubs' magic number reduced to 8 thanks to a win by Milwaukee over the Cardinals. Cubs take on Houston tonight, while Kansas City will visit the White Sox. The news service of Little Caesars, where they took pieces of their delicious crazy bread, covered them with melted cheese and bacon, then threw in a side of jalapenos and created loaded crazy bread bites. They're hot and ready every day from 4 to 8 and only $4, plus tax at participating locations. 7:35, a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager appreciates Trump's candor.
Look how much African-American communities have suffered under Democratic control. You're living in poverty. Your schools are no good. 58% of your youth is unemployed. What the hell do you have to lose?
Even I'm cheering. It is refreshing. Come on, folks. It's refreshing.
The Dennis Prager Show. Weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Cabela's Fall Great Outdoor Days are finally here. Find great deals on all your favorite brands. Don't miss out on their largest sale of the season at Cabela's in Hoffman Estates and Hammond.
If you're aged 59 and a half or older with the 401k plan and still working, stop what you're doing and call Arlington Capital Management at 855-471-5796. They'll help you actively manage your 401k, show you strategies to avoid major declines, and capitalize on opportunities. There are benefits with age, and this is one of them. At 59 and a half, you're entitled to new opportunities in the investment world that can dramatically improve your results and even lower your fees. Call 855-471-5796 now and take the first step toward getting more out of your retirement assets. The team at Arlington Capital Management proactively explores the market, our economy, and all of the variables that offset your investments. Call 855-471-5796 now for a complimentary consultation. That's 855-471-5796 or visit arlington-capital.com. You worked hard to accumulate your nest egg. Now, it's time to put your money to work for you.
You desperately need workers. You don't have time to find them. Let us handle it. We did it 425,000 times last year. This is Terry Greeno. My company is Express Employment Professionals. We know how to find the right people for your business. If you own or run a business in McHenry or Kane County, let us be your partner. Be it finance, accounting, administrative, manufacturing, engineering, we've got you covered. We help make this critical part of your business better so you can focus on running your business. It's simple. We put great companies and great people together. If you own or run a business in McHenry or Kane County, give us a try. Find out why we are the go-to company for great employees. Check us out at expresshires.com.
Contact the go-to company for great employees in McHenry or Kane County. Contact Express Employment Professionals, 815-788-8556. 815-788-8556.
7:38. Let's get an update on the roads. Jim Talamonte south of I-80 down near Joliet and Morris. Pretty severe restrictions on your driving this morning.
That's right, Mike. Visibilities are really reduced due to that fog, and you mix in some road work as well in northwest Indiana. Things are really slow on eastbound 94, State Road 249, US 20 in Porter. Again, speeds are reduced, especially south of I-80 and across that line in both Illinois and Indiana. The Edens is 33 minutes. Lake Hope to Montrose, outbound 30. The Kennedy, an hour and 2 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 38 minutes. The Eisenhower, an hour and 20 minutes from Thorndale to Blue. Outbound, it's 43 minutes. Stevenson, an hour and 10 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound, 40 minutes. The Ryan, 27 minutes. 95th to downtown. Traffic service of account temps. Business needs can change day to day. That's why account temps, you can rely on account temps' flexible staffing solutions to provide temporary accounting and finance professionals whenever you need an extra hand. Call today or visit accounttemps.com. Account Temps, a Robert Half company. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the aircomfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Sun this morning, then clouds, more humid. Maybe a thunderstorm later this afternoon, high 82. Currently 67 at O'Hare. It is 71 along Chicago's lakefront. Next news coming up at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Real Estate Revealed with Randy Barcella. Heard each and every Sunday at 8 a.m. on AM 560, The Answer.
See Alan West and Michelle Malkin at Freedom Summit Chicago 2016. Tickets are on sale now at freedomsummitchicago.com.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. We're going to talk to Admiral Phil Anselmo, who has endorsed Donald Trump, in just a minute. But, Amy, this story is very interesting. You'll note yesterday the Department of Justice announced it's dismissing all charges against former Virginia Governor Bob McDonnell, a Republican.
Oh, really?
Right. This is after the Supreme Court overturned his corruption convictions in June because there needed to be a quo for the quid. In other words, the gifts that he received, there was no official act that could be tied directly to the gifts. He took these gifts and then he did something because he received these gifts. There was no connection there, so there was no quid pro quo, so that statute is unconstitutional. The whole kind of taking hundreds of thousands of dollars in gifts is a problem. It kind of creates that political ruling class mentality. So even if it's legal, it doesn't necessarily make it appropriate. But Jim Garrity in National Review Online, who's done a lot of great reporting on this throughout the course of the case, the McDonnell case, and Virginia specifically, notes that in 2005, another governor in Virginia accepted an $18,000 Caribbean vacation to Mystique, a private island playground for rock stars and royalty, which I'm sure you've been to.
Oh, yeah. It was Tim Kaine, right.
In a single term, that governor, Tim Kaine, received $187,000 in gifts and travel, Redskin tickets, cases of wine, other expensive demonstrations of generosity. So I just, it's just interesting to note.
Because of state law, isn't it legal?
It's legal.
But it doesn't mean it's right.
And so, so I mean, this idea of like squeaky clean Tim Kaine.
The suburban boring politician.
I mean, it's just, this is something that should be asked, maybe brought up in a vice presidential debate, because I think Mike Pence may be able to provide some contrast to how he operated as governor of Indiana as compared to how Tim Kaine operated with the donor class as governor of Virginia. Just an interesting side note. But let's turn our attention now to qualification to be commander-in-chief, who has the judgment and the temperament and the base of knowledge to rebuild our military, to make sure we're prepared for the 21st century challenges this country faces. Well, to help us answer that question, we're happy to be joined by Admiral Phil Anselmo. Admiral Anselmo, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Well, glad to be here. Thank you.
So what was the basis of your decision to endorse Donald Trump to be commander-in-chief?
Well, I stood on the sidelines, as most flag and general officers do, and have watched this election campaign unfold. And, of course, we've assessed that the military is certainly on the backside of the power curve, expanding threats around the globe. And, of course, the actions of Secretary Clinton in handling classified material and continuing to lie about it, of course, the pay for play. Couldn't stand on the sidelines any longer. Had to stand up and throw my support to Mr. Trump.
So who reached out to you to be one of the 88 former military leaders to sign the letter? Did you meet with Donald Trump?
I got an email from an old shipmate saying he was putting it together and asked me if I would sign up, and I said I would.
And so kind of building on the forum this week that covers and Trump's speech on Wednesday morning in Philadelphia that covers some of what you were just referencing. Talk about Putin here. This is a sticking point for me with Trump. What is your opinion? Does Vlad Putin deserve bouquets or brickbats from the Republican nominee for president of the United States?
Well, I think you have to thread a thin line here. I think Mr. Trump's doing the right thing. You don't want to be derogatory towards any of these leaders, how radical they are. But you do want to kind of walk a thin line, making sure that you keep all doors open, looking into the future in terms of negotiations and positions that you may have to develop once you're in control and have the authority to do something.
But do you think his praise for Vladimir Putin is just a little off or maybe a little bit too much?
No, not necessarily. I mean, I think the press is exaggerating it. I think it's about the right temperament. I think actually the whole event, discussion of it, and concerns expressed by some in the media, I think is a little far-fetched.
The kind of rank order of priority in terms of national security. Donald Trump spent a lot of time on Wednesday morning in that speech in Philadelphia detailing where the various branches of the U.S. military currently find themselves in terms of preparedness and resources. Give us your assessment of his assessment, particularly the Navy, seeing your decades of service there. Sure. Is he right about the kind of the dangerous underpreparedness of many of the branches of the military?
Well, he's right about that. I mean, we're taking spare parts out of museums now to keep frontline airplanes flying. I'll take you back to the Reagan administration. He did quite a great buildup in preparation for the Cold War and then, of course, winning it. Mr. Trump has taken what I would call a moderate but proper increase in readiness that's necessary for the armed forces. In the Navy's case, he's appropriately trying to get us back up to the level of number of ships that we need to be able to provide the world coverage across all these hotspots, which include now the South China Sea, the Mediterranean, the Arabian Sea, etc. It's a worldwide problem. Our ship levels currently are down at the levels of 1915. We've not seen anything like that for over 100 years.
And you're confident that Donald Trump, if he does become president, he'll bulk up the military and the sequester?
Yes, I'm very confident of that. I don't think he has any options, frankly. He sees the danger out there. He recognizes, and he's been advised by a lot of long-time experienced military and professional civilians. He's got a very good senior security team talking to him. They've all come to the same conclusion that we need to get ourselves back on a good footing in terms of military.
Sticking to the Navy specifically, we've had a rather embarrassing moment with those naval shipmen who were taken hostage by the Iranians not so long ago. We've got the rolling problem with keeping the South China Sea trade routes open, and that's a largely naval responsibility. Is part of your support for Trump the result of the policies of the current President of the United States?
I would say that is one of the reasons that I come down on the side of Mr. Trump. The Secretary Clinton reset button with Russia, withdrawing all the troops from Iraq precipitously, not recognizing Boko Haram as a terrorist organization. Instead of taking the recommendations of the military in Libya, where we had a peaceful negotiation brokered with Gaddafi, Secretary Clinton went ahead and decided to create another vacuum with more terror. These are big problems. I mean, you can see the Iranian saber rattling every day with their high-speed craft running passes at our ships as we come through the Straits of Hormuz. For those of us that have done that before, We've seen that once before, and you have to be serious. And I think this administration and Secretary Clinton's policies have precipitated a very, very dangerous world.
Admirable, what do you think of the possibility Donald Trump said once ISIS is defeated that he wants to take their oil?
I think what we're talking about here, and I know we've heard a number of phrases quoted, but one of the things that I think he was looking at is when we ran the campaign in Iraq, you realize there's the Kurds, the Shia, and the Sunni. And, of course, there's been disagreements amongst the three factions. We did not allow U.S. industrial oil companies to come in and help set up, run, and organize the oil refineries and the oil drilling in Iraq. In fact, we kept them out of it. Had we left them there and allowed them to run the system for the Iraqis, we could have also overseen the equal distribution of the assets amongst the three factions, which would have led to even a more peaceful resolution of Iraq. So when he says that, take the oil, I think he's alluding to what I just said.
All right. He is Admiral Phil Anselmo, one of the decorated military veterans supporting Donald Trump for president. Admiral Anselmo, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate your time.
Well, thank you, Dan, and thank you, Amy.
And have a great weekend. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Connect with Dan and Amy on the AM 560 The Answer mobile app. Just text the word app to 64636 to download the app today.
Some sunshine today, but by this afternoon, we might have a thunderstorm roll through here. And then tonight, rain and a possible thunderstorm. Saturday looks pretty good. We have to get through some morning showers in places. Then it's going to be less humid, breezy, a high of 72. And on Sunday, just spectacular. Plenty of sunshine, pleasant, a high of 74. How's the inbound Kennedy shaping up? Here's Jim Telemonte with the answer.
That's pretty heavy, Amy. With the delays starting at Cumberland, we're looking at an hour and 15 minutes. So here to downtown, it's 43 minutes now from Montrose and 35 in the Express. Outbound 45 to the airport. The Edens is 33 minutes. Lake Hook to the junction, outbound 30. The Eisenhower, an hour and 20 minutes from Thorndale to the post office, an hour from Manheim. Outbound 43 minutes to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 15 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Outbound just 37 minutes. Ryan, 27 minutes, 95th to downtown. Bishop Ford, 40 minutes, 8094 to the Ryan after a crash at the Steel Bridge. I-57 is 30 minutes. Northbound Tri-State delays 111th to 31st. And from the Reagan Tollway to Grand Avenue. Veterans Memorial, slow Boughton to the Reagan Tollway and Butterfield to Roosevelt. Eastbound 94. Roadwork delays from State Road 249 to US 20. Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
No matter who wins the presidential race, it's the most unusual election in our lifetimes. One candidate is an egomaniacal, scandal-plagued celebrity who can't go a day without spouting falsehoods. The other, a reality TV star. Hi-oh. Good grief. So laugh, don't cry by spending an evening with acclaimed author and humorist P.J. O'Rourke and Friends of Liberty from across America at the Heartland Institute's 32nd anniversary benefit dinner. For more than 3 decades, the Heartland Institute has worked to advance free markets and individual liberty, and P.J. O'Rourke has kept America laughing while advancing those principles. The Wall Street Journal called P.J. O'Rourke the funniest writer in America. Hear P.J.'s unique and hilarious perspective on the election of our lifetimes.
Government is a Rottweiler ready to be unleashed on your problems, and you've stuffed raw meat down the front of your pants.
Call 312-377-4000 or visit heartland.org for more info. This can't-miss event is September 15th in Palatine. That's 312-377-4000. Call now. This is Dan Proft with 60 Seconds of Sanity. Equal justice before the law, except on immigration. Fundamental fairness of opportunity, except on immigration. An expectation that government will provide for the physical security of its citizens, except on immigration. The deep thinkers at the helms of both political parties have carved out an American values exemption for immigration policy, whereby laws unpopular among certain constituencies can be arbitrarily ignored. Cheaters are rewarded at the expense of honest rule-abiders, and predators are knowingly released to pillage the peaceful. Considerate governance requires a framework firmly rooted in first principles. Our immigration system is a hot mess because we have drifted from those principles. Per the new Colossus, Emma Lazarus's poem etched into the Statue of Liberty, we want the huddled masses yearning to breathe free, and we do. but that necessarily means we know the intentions of those who seek admittance. Our immigration system cannot be compassionate if it is disconnected from the competent administration of laws consistent with American values.
Welcome to Staples.
Staples guy, I need some more school supplies for my son.
Staples has everything you need for back to school at low prices every day.
Great. He needs lots of mechanical pencils.
Your son a big writer?
No, a big loser.
What?
He loses pencils, backpacks, everything.
There's gotta be another word we can use.
Back to school supplies are back for more. Staples has everything you need for back to school at low prices every day. Like Staples filler paper for just 75 cents. Staples, make more happen.
While supplies last. Ends 9/17, limit 30 in store, 10 online.
Napa know-how.
You don't need an air-conditioned steering wheel or high-performance supercharger to use Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil. Now just $5.79 a quart at Napa. Mobil 1 offers premium protection for all cars, premium or not so premium. So give your ride Mobil 1 synthetic, just $5.79 a quart, even if it doesn't have the latest technological stuff. That's Napa know-how.
Napa know-how.
General states pricing. Sales prices do not include applicable state, local taxes, or recycling fees. Offer expires 9/30/16.
AM 560.
The Answer. Dan and Amy, Amy, Roger Ailes is getting the Bill Cosby treatment, if you will, at least at his alma mater. Roger Ailes, who went to Ohio University, the Bobcats.
In Athens, Ohio.
His name adorns the student newsroom. It is the Roger Ailes Student School Newsroom.
Really?
The student newsroom at the school. It was Ohio University the Graduate Student Senate, along with a variety of other student groups, unanimously voted this week to tell the university to rename the space. Now,
guess who went to Ohio U?
Matt Lauer.
Matt Lauer, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So they could rename it Matt Lauer.
You know who else went to OU?
No, who?
Mike Schmidt.
Oh.
Mike Schmidt, Student Newsroom. What about that?
Okay. You know who also is apologizing this morning for backing Roger Ailes? One, Geraldo Rivera, because remember he tweeted out right away when the allegations hit that I've known him for 40 years. He's not a flirty man. This would never have happened. Well, he's eating crow this morning because he is calling him a deceitful misogynist.
Geraldo Rivera, I don't care about Geraldo Rivera. He's a moron. He's kind of a bottom feeder. Terrible. Geraldo Rivera, terrible.
I know. But
going all the way back to
judgment, I'm considering what Geraldo Rivera has done in his life to various women. It was weird that he came out and defended him.
We need a white supremacist to break his nose with a chair or something. You know who else went to Ohio University?
Who?
MacGyver.
Seriously?
Richard Dean Anderson went to Ohio University.
Really?
I like it. The MacGyver
Yes.
School Newsroom, student newsroom at Ohio University.
Perfect.
All right, let's vote it up.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer. And now, a moment of objectivism with your Ron Brook and the Ayn Rand Institute.
The environmental movement is often portrayed as a campaign to clean up man's environment so that we can lead healthy and happy lives. But in 1971, just a few months after the first Earth Day celebration, Ayn Rand argued that this was a facade hiding the actual ideology behind the movement. In her talk, The Anti-Industrial Revolution, Rand lays bare the anti-human ideology that pervades environmentalism and shows that it is a movement hostile to reason, science, technology, industrialization, and laissez-faire capitalism, the cornerstones of the environment in which individual human beings flourish. Visit ARIradio.com to listen to Ayn Rand's monumental speech, The Anti-Industrial Revolution, and learn more about the objectivist perspective on environmental issues. From the Ayn Rand Institute, I'm Ron Brook.
This has been a moment of objectivism from the Ayn Rand Institute. To learn more, listen to the Yaron Brooks Show, Saturdays at 4 on AM 560, and visit ARIradio.com.
Why are Ayn Rand's ideas so compelling? Her worldview, her philosophy, expressed dramatically in her novels Atlas Shrugged and The Fountainhead, embodies the ideals stated by the Founding Fathers in the Declaration of Independence and sets forth the requirements necessary to achieve a flourishing life. She called her philosophy objectivism and said it was a philosophy for living on Earth. Today, decades after her death, objectivism continues to stir debate and inspire passion for the spirit of individualism and the enduring American dream.
Hey, think Springfield in September? No, not our state capital. Schrank's Smoke and Gun is offering 10% off all store-owned Springfield firearms from concealed carry to 1911s through September. With the largest selection of new use and consignment firearms in Lake County, you'll avoid the Cook County firearm and ammo tax with just a short drive north. Plus, Shranks 25% off their huge knife inventory continues through September. For gunsmithing, you know you can count on family-owned Shranks, celebrating 52 years this month. Worth the trip. Stop in now and save 10% on store-owned Springfield firearms and 25% off knives through the month of September. And don't forget to stock up on cigars at Shranks. So visit smoke_gun.org or call 847-662-4034. Shrank Smoke and Gun in Waukegan, your family-owned gun store since 1964. That's 847-662-4034 or online at smoke_gun.org. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Should a 14-year-old disabled girl be able to end her life at 8:08?
But first, into the newsroom we go. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, the mayor's water and sewer tax increase package approved in committee. Chicago Public Schools looking into a camera setup in a bathroom. Jill Stein, a presidential candidate in Chicago with a warrant in North Dakota. Cubs visit the Astros. White Sox open up a set with the Royals. Some sun in your forecast this morning. WIND Chicago News Time is 8 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Lisa Brady. For the second time this week, the UN Security Council will meet on North Korea after another provocation, a nuclear test just days after a missile launch. This test strong enough to set off an earthquake. Fox Radio's Alistair Wanklin is live in Laos.
Lisa, it caused a tremor magnitude 5.3, said the U.S. Geological Survey, and it came hours after President Obama, speaking here in Laos, said sanctions may not force North Korea to disarm.
Can I guarantee that it works? No. But
the White House saying he spoke with the leaders of Japan and South Korea today, and even North Korean ally China condemned the test, but Pyongyang may hope to get little punishment. Beijing has recently been speaking out against U.S. plans to put high-altitude rocket interceptors in South Korea. Lisa?
Alistair, early voting by mail begins today in North Carolina, where Hillary Clinton leads Donald Trump by 4 points in a new Quinnipiac battleground polls.
Then in Pennsylvania, a state Trump is pushing hard to flip to the Republican column. He's actually making up some ground. Clinton's still up, 44% to Trump at 39%, almost within the margin of error there as well.
Fox's Ed Henry. The poll finds a dead heat in Florida and gives Trump the edge in Ohio by 1 point in a head-to-head matchup and 4 points in a four-way race. Libertarian Gary Johnson breaking into double digits in Ohio and North Carolina. A car packed with gas canisters found near a Paris landmark, now believed to be the real deal, not a terrorist test run. Fox Radio's Simon Owen with this live.
Lisa, the car was found parked close to Notre Dame Cathedral at the weekend. Today, the French president saying an attack has been foiled. There are reports the target was a Paris train station and it was due to be hit yesterday. Police arresting 3 women last night. In the process, 1 officer was stabbed and a suspect shot and wounded. A government official saying one of the women has pledged allegiance to ISIS.
Fair and balanced.
Sunshine this morning, 71 degrees. It's 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer, good morning. I'm Mike Scott. City of Chicago receiving almost $2.5 million in federal money to help cover overtime costs for police officers amid a huge spike in violent crime. Chicago saw its deadliest month in 2 decades in August, recording 90 homicides. Mayor Emanuel's plan to raise a tax on water and sewer bills advances in committee. AM 560's David Stewart watched it clear that committee yesterday.
Passage of the tax hike came even though some aldermen have doubts about whether it will be enough to fix a major city pension fund. Alderman John Arena, for one, wants a guarantee written into the law that the revenue will be dedicated to the municipal employees' pension fund.
Be literal about that, because we have constituents that don't buy the line that we're selling, that this is what's going to solve the problem.
The City Council Finance Committee overwhelmingly approved the plan to boost the tax by $226 a year over a 4-year period.
AM 560's David Stewart reporting. Chicago public school officials are looking into what's believed to be a camera set up in the school bathroom of the Ogden International School on the near north side. It's not clear right now if that camera was properly functioning. Green Party presidential candidate stumping in Chicago and apparently ignoring the warrant out for her arrest in North Dakota for now. Jill Stein made several campaign stops across the area. The warrant was put out after Stein was reportedly photographed vandalizing the Dakota Access Pipeline. Stein grew up in suburban Highland Park. Cubs' magic number now 8 after the Brewers win over the Cardinals. Broncos kick off the NFL regular season with a Super Bowl rematch and win over the Panthers 21-20. The news service of Little Caesars, home of the large $5 hot and ready pepperoni pizza. 8:03, time for the AM 560 Business Beat. And from the Fox Business Network, a service of Turnkey.pro, here's Jenny Casola.
From the Fox Business Network, Lufthansa is still seeing the impact of terror attacks in Europe. The German airline says travel to Europe declined in August, and Asia traffic declined sharply. Smithfield, the company known for its hams, says its plant in Monmouth, Illinois, will be back to normal today after a fire at the facility on Monday. The plant is the largest employer in western Illinois with more than 1,600 workers. ATMs may be disappearing from convenience stores and gas stations starting in October. MasterCard will no longer take financial responsibility for counterfeit charges on debit and credit cards if the fraud occurred because the ATM was not upgraded to work with chip-enabled cards. MarketWatch says small business owners may decide to avoid the risk and get rid of their ATMs. The Dow was down 46 yesterday. NASDAQ lost 24. S&P dropped 4. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Jenny Cosola.
8:05, check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
When a politician says that they're going to raise taxes on small business, you need to realize that what they're saying is they're going to kill jobs.
The Dave Ramsey Show.
Because it's a very simple thing when you're running a small business. If you have your costs go up and you're in a business where you're competitive and you don't have the ability to raise your prices, then you simply cannot hire as many people. It's a very simple thing.
Dave Ramsey, weeknights starting at 7. Presented by Wintrust Community Bank on AM 560. The Answer.
I've been teaching organic chemistry for the last 17 years, so I'm pretty good with complex calculations. But when I started thinking about my retirement, I was pretty stumped. Luckily, I have TIAA as my financial partner. Together, we retrosynthetically analyzed my financial future, which is organic chem speak for we figured it out.
Your personal success takes a financial partner who values it as much as you do. Learn more at TIAA.org.
You're listening to the actual sound of Jupiter. Its electromagnetic waves were captured by a probe and beamed roughly 365 million miles to scientists on Earth. But say those same scientists wanted to host a video conference to show off their work. They'd probably need to call IT to have them set up video and a 15-digit dial-in that might not even work. At Vonage, we think it's about time business communications caught up. See what Vonage can do for your business at Vonage.com/it'sabouttime.
QL1, this is Control, checking in to see how excited you are for launch. Over? Well, actually, I'm kind of bored. You're about to travel 17,000 miles per hour through Earth's atmosphere and you're bored? It just doesn't sound that exciting after using Rocket Mortgage by Quicken Loans. I was able to get a completely online custom mortgage approval in minutes. Wow, that is impressive. 3, 2, 1. Rocket Mortgage at QuickenLoans.com. Push button, get mortgage.
Rocket. Equal housing lender. Licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org number 3030.
8:07. Let's check our roads in the AM 560 traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The eastbound Eden Spur has delays starting past Waukegan Road, and it's slow Peterson to the junction. 30 minutes either way between Lake Cook and Montrose. Kennedy is an hour and 3 minutes O'Hare to downtown, 35 minutes from Montrose and 30 in the Express, outbound 40 minutes to O'Hare. The Eisenhower, an hour and 35 minutes from Thorndale to downtown, an hour 15 from Manheim, outbound 43 minutes to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 5 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 37 minutes. Ryan, 27 minutes from 95th to the Loop. Tri-State, southbound at Sibley, right near 147th, there's a vehicle fire. The right lane is blocked. Delays are northbound, 95th to 87th, the Reagan Tollway to Grand Avenue. Northbound Veterans Memorial, slow Boughton to the Reagan Tollway and Lake to 290. The other tollways are light. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast. From the aircomfort.com Weather Center, here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Patchy, dense fog for the south suburbs. Otherwise today, some sun followed by increasing clouds, which will bring around a shower or a thunderstorm in a few spots later this afternoon. Humid day with a high getting up to 82. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560. The Answer.
67 at O'Hare, 71 along the lakefront. Your next news update is at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Power Trading Radio. Heard Sundays at 2 p.m. Brought to you each week by Online Trading Academy.
Good morning. Welcome to your Friday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
If he says great things about me, I'm going to say great things about him. I've already said he is really very much of a leader. I mean, you can say, oh, isn't that a terrible thing? He called, I mean, the man has very strong control over a country.
What would Ronald Reagan say about a Republican nominee who attacks America's generals and heaps praise on Russia's president?
The big question for the press now is how do we stop projecting some kind of parity between these two candidates? Because the great story here is disparity between the two in terms of seriousness, experience, and even truth-telling.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So, switching gears a little bit from presidential politics, the question, should a 14-year-old disabled girl have the right to decide to die? This is the story of Jerica Bolin. She is 14 years old. She suffers from type 2 spinal muscular atrophy, which leaves her in constant pain. She wants to be free from the pain and has scheduled her own death.
What do you mean by scheduled her? She has a death date? Because you have the birth date, so they have the death date already?
Well, right. There's going to remove the ventilator that she uses. And this recalls Brittany Maynard, which was another celebrated case a couple of years ago. California, the 29-year-old girl diagnosed with malignant brain tumor, had stage 4 glioblastoma, and she was featured in People magazine, Vanity Fair, Well, this is the question, and this is the question that Wesley Smith, who has written on this topic for years, puts out in First Things and National Review. Better to live in obscurity or die with fame, because there's fame attached to a decision like this. It's celebrated in certain circles, which is rather ghoulish to me.
Do you think she's doing this for notoriety, for fame? I mean, excuse me. Let me turn that.
Yeah, I mean,
hold on. I'm sorry.
What are we watching?
Well, I'm watching video of her at her home in Appleton, Wisconsin.
Yeah. So here is what Jerica Bolin had to say in part about her decision.
I do have a voice, and it's going to hurt my family, but they eventually will be okay.
Some disabled parents' rights groups are trying to intervene. One, Carrie Ann Lucas of the Colorado-based Disabled Parents' Rights, said a child does not have the capacity to make those types of decisions, and under the eyes of the law, this is a child. She has undergone a lot, and it's hard to pass judgment on her without having been there or suffered through it. I wish somebody had a better option. That's from a Cleveland Clinic medical ethicist on the topic, which is rather a jarring statement from a medical ethicist, but that's where the ethics of euthanasia is. So what about that? Should Jerica Bolin be able to commit suicide?
She's a minor. She should not have that right. If any decision is going to be made, I think it should be made with her mother. But I always believe where there's life, there's hope. I mean, I'm watching video of her. She seems like a normal 14-year-old girl. She can still use her hands. She is in a powered wheelchair, and they do have to feed her, with a spoon. But she seems happy. She's got purple hair. She's surrounded by her friends. Why end your life? It just seems so gorish.
They had a prom night event for her. Like 1,000 people turned out in this town in Wisconsin in which she lives. They had like a big celebration, like a going away party. And I appreciate the desire to be supportive. And, you obviously you have great empathy for a child that is in the kind of pain that she is in because of the debilitating disease from which she suffers. But I guess you have to ask yourself if you believe that God has a plan for all of us, and that plan is unknowable, and we should put our faith in God's grace, and God only gives us the crosses he knows we can bear, and so on. Or, if the suffering becomes too great, then it's my call. It's my life. My life is my own. I don't live to give glory to God, and I think that's where the real divide is. In our therapeutic culture, suffering is a bad thing, and life is about suffering in part. Suffering is not inherently a bad thing, and what I would suggest is you start to go down this road, and I'll tell you what's a bad thing. Eliminating suffering by eliminating the sufferer, and doing so under the color of law, doing so under the color of medicine, where doctors like Dr. Death in Michigan, Kevorkian, used to do, violating the Hippocratic Oath. I understand the desire to be empathetic and the difficulty of these cases when people are in such pain and suffering so much.
Well, she said her pain is mostly felt in her hips and her back, and she gets nerve spasms, and that her bones are weak.
It's a terrible disease from which she suffers. There's no question. But the question is, what kind of society do we want to live in? Do we want to live in a society where we celebrate a 14-year-old deciding to take her own life? Or do we want to live in a society that says 14-year-old Jerica Bolin is needed? She's needed here. We want her here.
She seems to brighten everybody's life. I mean, I can't believe that her mom would allow this. I can't believe that the government would allow this, that this is actually a legal option.
Well, this is where we're going. And there is a move. I mean, the countries that have adopted euthanasia as a policy with great enthusiasm, have extended it beyond people with terminal illnesses to people that are mentally ill, people that are just sick, people that had a bad day. I mean, that's where you're going in Belgium and the Netherlands.
Oh, yeah.
In
Wasn't
particular.
somebody depressed? They were just couldn't fight their depression. So the doctor said, all right,
I'll sign off.
I'll sign off. And
Yeah.
that's a temporary condition.
It's a mental illness, and that qualifies. And now you've had prominent voices, and again, this is Wesley Smith, who's really one of the kind of the leading voices on these related issues. Prominent voices in the medical community calling for overturning of the dead donor rule, which is the standard for organ transplant medicine, requiring that a patient must die naturally from injury or illness before vital organs can be procured. You have people in the medical community calling for that to be overturned so you can harvest organs from those who have chosen to end their lives or those who are in a particular state. So you're going to kill people through organ harvesting. Live organ harvesting. That's where some in the medical community and in the Emanuel family, of course, Zeke Emanuel, 75 and you're out. That's where they want to go. I mean, do you want to go there?
Now, 312-642-5600 is our turnkey.pro answer line. You can also text us at 64636, type in DA, then a quick comment.
And by the way, do you think I'm making this up? This is from the Journal of Medical Ethics. It's a piece that essentially argues that permission to kill cognitively disabled for their organs, either by lethal injection and then by harvesting or by the process of harvesting itself, is something that needs to be taken under consideration. So again, overturning the dead donor rule ethical standard for organ harvesting.
Well, her mom said, she's mourned the loss of her friends who have the same disease, and that eventually she's going to die from this disease. They just wanted to choose the death date.
And again, this is not castigating the young girl or the family. It's incredibly. I mean, it's impossible to put yourself in that situation. So I have great empathy for the difficulty, but just want to peek down the road because other countries are going down that road, and other states like California are going down the road of the Netherlands and Belgium. Do you want to go down that road? Remember that you can't just look at this as an isolated case. You have to understand the implications of what you're doing when you start erasing and redrawing lines. Let's go to Mike in Ottawa. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hi.
Hi, Mike.
Hi. I'm a priest and a hospital chaplain. The removal of the respirator, that happens frequently. You know, a family, either the individual themselves will decide. More often than that, though, the family will, because most of the time when someone's on a respirator, at least in my experiences, that the person is, you know, incapacitated by that point, so it's their family member, the medical power of attorney. What complicates this one more is that it's someone who's underage. I've not been keeping up with this one in particular. If the parents are in agreement with the child, we would probably, as far as I know, we would be allowing that. If there was a dispute between parents and child, I think we would go by the law, which I think in this case probably go by the parent's decision. But having said that, Dan, I believe everything you said. Why is this being celebrated? That is ghoulish. And but the respirator is considered, as we sometimes say, extraordinary. So a person's not obligated to be on a respirator from Catholic moral theology. But boy, we have to be so careful keeping with that, because that immediately leads to the cases like poor Terry Schiavo,
right,
you know, who was starved to death, and then all those other things you just said absolutely are already on the way. So, but just because the respirator is a mechanical breathing thing is why we allow that. But boy, we draw a careful line after that.
Yeah, thanks for the call, Mike. Appreciate that. I mean, you know, you're talking about we have history here, and we have a lot of eugenicists in the history of this country who, you know, looked at disabled people as
throwaways.
We need to weed them out.
Oh, yeah.
They exist for spare parts for other people.
There's just so you know, a child neglect claim has been filed in this case. It was filed Wednesday, so by this group that's trying to stop her from, you know, getting hospice care, because they see it as a suicide plan.
Well, that's what it is.
Yeah,
that's
so
how I see it.
Yeah.
Phil on the Northwest Side.
Yeah, Dan, that was a phenomenal explanation you just gave. For me, it re-clarified and kind of opened up my thinking, because I don't know what to think about it. It scares me to see people in that position. It scares me to see parents in that position as well. But it scares me more to think that this will set a precedence, that once you're able to do this, not only to a minor, but you do this to anybody, now the government deem anything reasons for execution. And, you know, as far as organ harvesting and transplants, they gave a public excuse of why our government ordered guillotines, and that was so when we put people to death, we don't use electricity and fry the organs. The organs are still harvestable.
Yeah. Thanks for the call, Phil. Mike in Rogers Park. Hey, Mike. Mike in Rogers Park. Mike in Rogers Park.
Oh,
Mike in Rogers Park is gone.
I heard you on the radio just now.
Jim in Naperville.
This shouldn't happen. I mean, she's too young to make that decision. My mother, she shouldn't give up hope. My mother, back in 1979, was on the brink of suicide from facial neuralgia, the pain of facial neuralgia. She found that there was a miracle cure. It was just a matter of lack of communication through the medical society, medical people at that time. She found the right person at the right clinic, got an outpatient cure for facial neuralgia, and today she's still alive at 89. Okay, and so I don't think that this young person should give up. I think there's some hope out there, and the national attention hopefully will bring that cure to her. She shouldn't be at that situation where she has to give up her life.
Thanks for the call, Jim. And I mean, I think it's one of these things, we talk about this just in general, particularly vis-a-vis the government. But do you look at disabled people? Are they liabilities that we have to manage, or are they assets like any other individual to be developed? I'm in the latter camp. Just because you have a disability or a terrible disease doesn't mean you're not an asset to be developed. That doesn't mean we don't need you. We do. Robert in Northbrook.
Yeah, it's interesting that I think that a lot of these people who object to letting this girl decide to take her own life without, giving my opinion whether it's right or wrong, but these are the same people who object to the government, or which is what's ultimately necessary here, unless the parents are a billionaire and have private funds, you got to look to the government for the medical treatment and the counseling to keep these people alive. Presently, psychological counseling is the spending on that is greatly diminished. I mean, we're all aware of the problems with paying for these things, and the same people who want to say don't let her take her own life, they are going to object to spending the money.
Yeah, that's actually. Let me speak to that, Robert, because I am one of those people that you're mischaracterizing. There is a great difference between government-run medicine, government-run health insurance, and people who reject that, which I do, and people who say we as a society should provide services to persons who need those services through no fault of their own, not for the able-bodied that want to grift the system, but for people who need services through no fault of their own. Thanks for the call, Robert. And so your characterization of people who are small government people but understand the need to provide services for people who need services through no fault of their own is an erroneous one. Jason in Franklin Park.
Yeah, the Bill of Rights or Constitution was that we have the rights of pursuit of happiness, and you and others have decided that her happiness is not as important as your political or sociological agenda of keeping her alive.
Yeah.
When she chooses that she doesn't want to be alive, and her parents, now, Amy, I understand as far as her being a child, but if her parents support that decision, then we, the government, should stay out and not dictate the way people live their lives, even staying alive.
Yeah,
and just so you can keep your conscience clear, you're going to condemn her to a life of suffering.
Yeah. So ratchet it down. I'm not condemning anyone. Number one. Number two, as we've seen in other see you, Jason. And number two, in other states and other countries, it requires the sanction of government, doesn't it? So this is the old saw about imposing your morality. The law is the imposition of somebody's morality. Every single law is, including euthanasia laws. So you have to decide whose morality you want to see, and what morality, frankly, not whose, what morality, what values you want to see reflected in our laws. That's the real deal. Mike in Rogers Park.
Hey.
Yeah, Mike, you're on.
All right. I just wanted to say I feel terrible for this child. I feel terrible for anybody who's in such a predicament. But if we allow this to happen, you're opening up a Pandora's box in America. And I feel at this point where we're holding, where you've taken God out of society, I think that is a factor here, which has caused people to feel less of that consciousness of that connection, that spiritual connection as to why we're here and that life has a purpose.
Thanks for the call, Mike. Chris and Streeter.
Hi. I just have to say I'm a mom of a child with a life-threatening condition, and I have very mixed emotions about this story. But I think we're missing a bigger picture here, and the bigger picture is the lack of hope that is obviously seen in this family. And the reality is our system for caring for the truly most vulnerable stinks. I live it out every day. My son lives it out every day. This is a very slippery slope, though, because she does need her extraordinary medical care to keep her alive. And if she stops taking it, where do we draw the line? My son has to have life-threatening seizure medicine to keep him alive. If he doesn't take that medicine, he can die. So if he decides, I don't want to take that medicine anymore, where do we draw the line on what's extraordinary care? And who gets to live and who doesn't get to live, and what quality. The story with this, the mom and the daughter said, what quality of life I have. Well, we can make a better quality for these people to live with these problems and have that hope, because life is the greatest gift.
Thanks for the call, Chris.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Oh, such a sad story. Weather-wise, things should be okay with some clouds, some sun right now. We can't rule out a thunderstorm in spots late this afternoon, a high of 82 degrees. And for your weekend, Saturday, some morning showers, otherwise becoming less humid, breezy, a high of 72. And on Sunday, plenty of sunshine and a high of 74. Any high travel times? Hopefully not. Is it getting better out there? Here's Jim Telemonte.
Not yet, Amy. Wish I had better news. Your inbound Kennedy's an hour and 10 minutes, O'Hare to downtown. The Edens is improving. It's about 23 minutes. Lake Hook to the junction and outbound 28. But the Eisenhower, an hour and 25 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, outbound 31 minutes. The Stevenson, an hour and 5 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound just 35 minutes. The Ryan, 30 minutes. 95th to downtown. I-57, Bishop Ford, they have delays, but they're improving quite quickly. Northbound Tri-State, Slow Archer, most of the way to 31st, and from the Reagan Tollway to the Grand Avenue Curve. Northwest Indiana now looks good. I'm Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
I have actually been on Balance of Nature for a year now. I have MS, and I recently had an MRI. This is the first year that I've had a stable MRI, so I'm thrilled. When I have an MRI with MS, usually there are glowing spots that come through, which is damage on the nerves in my brain and my spinal cord, and when they're glowing, it means they're active. And then my last MRI, they pulled it up, and I honestly couldn't believe that it was my MRI. There was nothing glowing. And in fact, the dark spots were shrinking. They were healing. And the doctor actually said to me, I think we're in remission. I was so happy. I had no idea that that could be my reality.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com.
Use promo code Chicago.
A couple years ago, I had a severe accident which disabled my right hand and caused chronic pain. I did not want to deal with the side effects of pain meds. There is absolutely no reason to suffer. There are ways to find a solution and get off the drugs. I definitely believe Dr. Candido found that for me, and immediately, he sat down with me, really wanted to find the source of the pain and really fix me. And, I've seen many doctors in my lifetime, obviously with this accident, but I have to say Dr. Kenneth Candido, he cares about me. It's changed my life. I absolutely would recommend Dr. Kenneth Candido. There is a light at the end of the tunnel.
This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. If you or someone you love or someone you know has chronic pain, contact us. Treating chronic pain issues is what we do. We can make it better. Get an appointment and let's talk. MyPainChicago.com, MyPainChicago.com. All the info is available at MyPainChicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
Change in the market shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. In fact, since World War II, we've seen a correction on average about once every 18 months. That's why Arlington Capital Management developed proprietary tools that help them to see what's beyond your investment horizon. Like an experienced ship captain uses tools to avoid stormy weather, Arlington Capital Management uses tools to guide you through market corrections before it's too late and help us decide when to capitalize on opportunity. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 to learn how their active management systems can help you. Each day, they actively explore the market, our economy, and all the variables that affect your investments. Stormy markets never cloud their vision. The professionals at Arlington Capital Management use their tools and experience to guide them. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 for a financial review. The number again is 855-471-5796 or learn more at arlington-capital.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
And coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Well, we've sparked a bit of a discussion here. It's a good one on the issue of this 14-year-old girl and her decision to end her life. So we'll continue to take your calls after the news.
So let's go into the newsroom right now and say good morning once again to Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, worldwide condemnation greets North Korea's latest nuclear test. Secretary of State John Kerry says the UN will meet to discuss North Korea's claim of another nuclear blast.
Russia, the United States, everybody shares concerns, but we're trying still to monitor to find out precisely what took place.
The fifth time that North Korea tested nuclear weapons that has been registered by South Korea, who also felt a 5.3 magnitude earthquake, a tremor, in the wake of the test. Donald Trump this morning criticizing Republicans and Democrats for U.S. foreign policy decisions in Iraq over the past dozen years. Meantime, Trump took time out campaigning in Cleveland yesterday for school choice.
The Democratic Party has trapped millions of African American and Hispanic youth in failing government schools that deny them the opportunity to join the ladder of American success.
Democratic presidential nominee Hillary Clinton says voting rights are under assault around the U.S. as she campaigned in North Carolina.
Courts have been overturning restrictions that make it harder, not just for African Americans, but low-income people, Latinos, young people.
In other news we're following, more than 5,000 Wells Fargo employees are out of a job. The company is out $190 million as Wells Fargo has agreed to pay $185 million plus other fines over the creation of millions of unauthorized bank and credit card accounts. The House is set to vote later today on a bill that allows families of 9/11 victims to sue Saudi Arabia. City of Chicago receiving $2.5 million in federal money. It will help cover overtime costs for police officers amid a violent crime wave that has struck the city this summer. Chicago public schools are looking into what's believed to be a camera set up in a school bathroom. The discovery made this week at the Ogden International School on the near north side. Right now, it's not clear if that camera was functioning properly. Cubs magic number down to 8 thanks to a Brewers win over the Cardinals. Cubs take on Houston today, while Kansas City will battle the White Sox. The news, a service of Little Caesars, home of the $5 hot and ready pepperoni pizza. At Little Caesars, they took pieces of their delicious crazy bread. Then they covered them with melted cheese and bacon, tossed in a side of jalapenos, and created loaded crazy bread bites. Hot and ready, every day 4 to 8. Only $4 plus tax at participating locations. 8:35 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Cabela's fall great outdoor days are finally here. Find great deals on all your favorite brands. Don't miss out on their largest sale of the season at Cabela's in Hoffman Estates and Hammond.
When flipping houses, there's one golden rule. Cash talks. I'm going to show you how you can easily get $10,000 plus all the cash you'll ever need for free. I'm Andrew Holmes, popular radio show host and founder of Chicago's #1 flipping team. And I've flipped over 600 houses in Chicago right under your nose. And now I'm going to show you how. I'm holding a free seminar right here in the Chicagoland area where I'll give a select few the opportunity to use my funding to flip houses and net up to $40,000 per deal without spending a dime of your own money. You don't need good credit and you don't need any of your own money. If the deal is good, you'll get the funds. The first 100 people to call 844-MONEY40 and register will receive my Blueprint to Real Estate Wealth System for free. All you have to do is find a great deal and pass it on to me and I'll give you $10,000. Time is running out. Seating is very limited. Call 844-MONEY40. That's 844-MONEY40.
On AM 560 The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to focus in and talk about the big ideas behind the important issues. Enter Upstream Ideas online at upstream-ideas.com. Upstream Ideas, in partnership with the Illinois Policy Institute, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted beliefs. Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now at upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to help encourage you to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit freer, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
A couple years ago, I had a severe accident which disabled my right hand and caused chronic pain and complete suffering. It took many years before really we figured out exactly what it was or how to treat it. My whole goal was I did not want to be on high levels of pain medicine. After some time, I went to see Dr. Kenneth Candido to try to figure out the source of the pain and a solution and how to solve it. He listens. I'm going to cry because it's so real. I've been through so much, and he wants to help his patients, and he's there for me whenever I need him.
This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. I have a simple message for you. If you or someone you love or someone you know has chronic pain, contact us. Treating chronic pain issues is what we do. We can make it better. Get an appointment and let's talk. MyPainChicago.com, MyPainChicago.com. All the info is available at MyPainChicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
You love to shop, but in order to shop, you need money. which these days can be hard to come by. What if you could earn cash for shopping? Semperfly.info is the ultimate online shopping destination and the leader of online cashback shopping. You'll earn cashback every time you shop online for the products and services you're already buying. You'll get the best coupons and deals available online for thousands of your favorite stores and millions of products with an average 40% off on daily deals. Think of it, over 30 million products at the best prices and 3,500 exclusive products sold nowhere else. You'll be in shopping heaven. You can shop from the comfort of your own home and get paid for it. Plus, the Refer a Friend program allows you to get paid cash for all your friends and family's purchases as well. Start getting paid to shop for the exclusive brands that you already know and trust now at Semperfly.info. That's SEMPERFLY.info. Semperfly.info is an unfranchise of Shop.com, a trusted top 60 internet retailer.
8:39, we'll keep our eye on Wall Street, open just for a few minutes now and already down 130 on this Friday morning. Let's get an update on the roads at our AM 560 Traffic Center. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Mike, the eastbound Adams Tollway has delays from 53 to Arlington Heights Road and Elmhurst Road to Lee. And delays resume on the Kennedy at Harlem. It is an hour and 10 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 38 minutes. Eden's 21 minutes, Lake Cook to the junction, outbound 28. The Eisenhower, an hour and 25 minutes slog from Thorndale to downtown, outbound just 31 minutes. The Stevenson is an hour and 5 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound now 5. Ryan, 30 minutes, 95th to the Loop. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Some sun in your forecast, then clouds this afternoon. Perhaps a thunderstorm, high 82, currently 70 at O'Hare. Next news at 9, Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Real Estate Live with Andrew Holmes. Get honest answers to your questions every Sunday at 12 noon.
Don't miss Freedom Summit Chicago 2016, October 29th in Itasca. Tickets are on sale now at freedomsummitchicago.com.
Dan and Amy, so we're doing a kind of a rare thing, but this has prompted such a good discussion, and people have very passionate views on the topic. We're talking about Jerica Bolin. She is a 14-year-old girl who suffers from a terrible disease, type 2 spinal muscular atrophy, which leaves her in constant pain, and she has scheduled her death, effectively. And disabled rights groups are intervening because they suggest, among other things, that she's a minor. She doesn't have the capacity to make those decisions and is a minor in the eyes of the law. But it speaks to the larger issue. And I want to start and we'll take your calls, but start by saying what is not the issue. Text from 779. It's tough to say someone else should have to keep living in unbearable suffering because I don't like the way I feel about it. That's not the sentimentality that's at bar here. What we're talking about is the implication, not just Jerica Bolin's life, which is important, and her life is as valuable as my life or anybody else's life. And so we should reflect on that, perhaps, that we don't want her life to be extinguished unnaturally.
It just seems foolish. And as a mother, I mean, you were there when your daughter was born. You want to be there when she dies and plan the date of her death. I mean, it's so bad that obviously somebody reached out there to their version of DCFS up there in Appleton, Wisconsin, for child neglect charges, which maybe that'll stop them from going into the process of hospice and eventually taking her off the ventilator?
Well, we heard from Chris in Streeter, who has a son with a disability, and talked about kind of the loss of hope and, how, additionally difficult that is. And so the loss of hope leads you to do things maybe you wouldn't otherwise want to do. But just to the point, it's not the way I feel about it. That's part of it, of course, because I'm a human being, so I have empathy for people who are suffering. Number one, but number two, suffering is a part of life, and different people endure different levels of suffering. In number three, it's about where we go, the path this puts us on. Because stop pretending that this is just an isolated decision that's made in a vacuum, and it has no legal implications about the rule of law and the kind of laws which will govern a free society. And I've given the examples of where the Netherlands has gone, where Belgium has gone, where California is going, where it started with a case like a Jerica Bolin, and now it extends to cases where people are feeling melancholy one day and they get a doctor to sign off on taking them out. So we've talked about this in so many issues. Please connect the dots, or at least consider connecting the dots. The idea that one decision and one exception leads to other exceptions, and you start to create more and more exceptions to the point where anything goes. My truth, your truth, they're equivalent. My morality, your morality, they're equivalent. Death, life.
Well, this girl feels like, I always say, where there's life, there's hope. And she looks so happy. I mean, I know she's in a motorized wheelchair, but she can move her hands, and her dog sits on her lap. I've been watching this video every morning, and he jumps into bed with her too. And she seems so happy, and she's smiling. So I feel like there's hope. And it's just so ghoulish to think that a mother would do that. They should throw her in jail.
Well, I don't want to go. I don't want to go there. I think the decision is unbelievably difficult. I mean, it's almost impossible to put yourself in that situation because you just.
I know,
but so this isn't about condemnation. But I mean, think about the implications. I mentioned this. I'll mention it again. Medical elite, doctors, medical ethicists, talking about overturning the dead donor rule, so you could harvest organs from people that are alive. You focus on people with cognitive disabilities and put them down. This is, Dr. Death on steroids. Understand that when you start going down this road, it's very difficult to all of a sudden say stop. Let's go to Scott in Huntley. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
How you doing, guys?
Hey.
I have tremendous empathy for this young lady and the pain she's in. I have a daughter with a disability. Hers was a vision disability. Back when she was 13, she decided that she just wanted to have her eyes removed. She was tired of surgeries and stuff like that. And we convinced her to not do that, to go forward, and we believed that there were going to be medical advancements. And as it turned out, there was. She's 22 years old now. She's working at Disney World. She's got through college, and she's happy as a clam. Everything's great, but it's exhausting for parents with kids with disabilities and the people who have the disabilities. And you get weary, you get exhausted from fighting the good fight. And I think that's probably where this mother is at. She's exhausted, and she needs encouragement. And the only thing that got us through it was our belief in God, because the Lord put us at every single doctor that we were supposed to be, every specialist. We suddenly, we didn't seek them out. We were just told, you need to go here. And we'd go see that doctor, and then he'd say, you need to go here. And we'd go see that doctor, and everything was a step forward. And I really hope that for this young lady's sake that she can have that kind of intervention in her life.
Thanks for the call, Scott, and for sharing your daughter's story. Mm-hmm. Kurt in Park Ridge.
I agree with you in general, Dan, but I mean, in this instance, if someone's on a ventilator or something external to keep them alive, there's a big difference between that and euthanasia, where you're injecting someone with something that's going to kill them. In this family, I mean, who has more to lose than them? I'm sure they love each other dearly.
Yeah, I'm not.
And it's such a hard decision.
I'm not condemning the family. I'm just suggesting that we explore the implications of going down this road. What's that?
Don't you see the difference between injecting someone or killing them with something and just taking someone off an apparatus that's going to let them die?
Yeah, I understand the difference, and so, but that is not a contained event. So somebody, you remove somebody's blood pressure medication from them and they have a heart attack. I mean, it's one of those things where the idea that medicine allows somebody to live, and so just not providing them the medicine, whether it's medicine or a medical device, is a passive way to allow someone to die. It's to me, it's a little bit disingenuous. We know we want the medical profession to abide the Hippocratic Oath, which is to first do no harm, right? And so medicine and medical devices should be utilized.
What if someone is dying naturally and they don't want to eat anymore, and you say, you know what, we can keep them alive by force feeding them and putting something down their throat and make them, they could continue to live.
Well, that's the Terry Schiavo.
Their bodies.
That's the Terry Schiavo case. Right. Thanks for the call, Kurt. Lee and Hammond, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, hi guys. I think it sets a really bad precedent, especially in the country that's playing with the idea of government-run health care. If you look at history, for the government to be deciding who's fit to live, I think that's where that's to speaking to Dan's point. If we go back to putting a decision on these kind of matters back in the hands of the individual and take it away, get the government out of this thing, I think that would probably help. I know that's a pipe dream nowadays and that kind of thing, but I think that's what we need to do to put this back in the hands of the people at the center of this thing and get it away from bureaucrats someplace. That's where the danger's at.
Thanks, Lee. Mark and Joliet.
Hey, Dan and Amy, as a man who has a brother who's been battling stage 4 colon cancer for 3 years, going through chemo, surgery, radiation, and chemo, who just now pulled the plug on himself because he's blind and got neuropathy, can't see or feel, to listen to the two of you, touchy-feely conservatives, ever talk about big government liberals and how they want to get into and run everybody's lives. I think it's laughable. I really, truly do.
Okay, Mark, sorry for your loss.
Yeah, our condolences about your brother.
Yeah, I'm not going to address the rest of it. Ralph and Rantoul.
Yeah, good morning. To engage in a discussion about the means of death really just ends up talking about modality. I don't think that's the issue. Somewhere around page 660 or something like that in the Brothers Karamazov, the inspector says, without God, all things are permissible. And I think that's true. If you eliminate God from the equation and the preciousness of life, then, yeah, you can pretty much do whatever you want, and we're going to be able to rationalize any of our behavior. It's funny, you have to get through about 2/3 of that dense Russian novel to get through that stuff, but the first verse of the Bible says, in the beginning, God. And if you accept the fact that we are created beings and that we are connected to God and we live our lives searching for the repairing of that connection, whether or not we know it, then I think life does become precious and you try to protect it no matter what other people think about it.
Well said, Ralph. Thanks for the call, and I'm impressed you got that far into the Brothers Karamazov. That's very impressive. Mm-hmm. That's very impressive. It is. That's a dreary read. Yeah. Sean in Elmwood Park.
So I just want to understand this. In Amy's world, a woman has the right to choose to kill someone else, but not herself. And then, Dan, you think that doctors and lawyers and bureaucrats should say, we have a law that says that you can't really kill yourself, and it's based on an age that we decided is when you have the maturity level to do it. But what this young girl has demonstrated is she not only has, if you listen to what she said, I listened to what your description, she has the character to understand she wants to move on. Only in a world where you think you have the arrogance to think, number one, I can control somebody else. I've always laughed at anti-suicide law. What do you mean? Am I a servant? Do I live at your will? How does a doctor or a bureaucrat look at this kid and say, you know what, you can pull it. There's hope for you. Tough it out, kid. I'll see you after lunch. Maybe I'm going to play 9, and I'll check in with you in 6 hours. This kid is living through this torture, and she has decided what she wants to do. Maybe she believes she can't wait to see God. Maybe she wants to thank God for her family.
Well, she didn't say that, though.
Yeah,
it's conjecture on your part, Sean, because I've been reading 4 different articles.
Yeah.
You said where there's life, there's hope.
Right, but I'm saying, but I don't know what her relationship is with God.
Hey, Sean.
I'm not reading into that. She wants to, transition to her next life.
There's no point in talking to Sean about a relationship with God because Sean just expressed how he believes he is his own God. And Sean, I would suggest that you go to that Catholic school you send your daughters to and bone up on the faith. Thanks for the call, Sean. Jim in Arlington Heights.
Hello.
Hey, Jim.
Well, I disagree with Sean, but that's not too uncommon. But I do wish that Amy would really watch what she says because she really infuriated me. I hope you're never in that spot. You don't know what this person's really going through unless you've lived it. And you know what? Instead of saying we're going to throw her in jail and be aggravated by her. How about suggesting some points where she can maybe get help or try to volunteer to help her? Don't just sit there and your answer is, well, throw her in jail because the lady doesn't know what she's doing.
Well, she's her
You
mother
haven't been
and
in
her
shoes.
nurse.
At
No,
least
I know.
don't
I
think
haven't.
so, and I hope to God you never are. But it just was irritating knowing what some of these people go through. Thank you.
Thanks for the call, Jim.
Jim, and I irritated myself on that comment.
Okay.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Sunshine right now, a few high clouds, a thunderstorm in spots late this afternoon, a high of 82 degrees. Tonight, some rain and thunderstorms, and then Saturday morning, we're going to start off with a shower in places, then becoming less humid, breezy, a high of 72. And on Sunday, no rain at all, just perfect sunshine, pleasant, a high in the mid-70s. Anything high to report on the roadways? Here's Jim Telemonte.
Amy, there's even hope on the inbound Kennedy right now. Your travel time's starting to go down. There are delays. They're heavy from Sayre to the Burn Circle, but it's now under an hour, 56 minutes O'Hare to downtown, 35 minutes from Montrose, 30 in the Express. Outbound, just a 10-minute delay Montrose to Sayre. Edens, 21 minutes Lake Hook to Montrose. Outbound, it's clear. But the Eisenhowers, an hour and 25 minutes from Thorndale to the post office, an hour 10 from Manheim, outbound 33 minutes to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 5 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound it's fine. Ryan, 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Northbound Tri-State slow from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Adams Tollway slow 53 to Arlington Heights Road and Elmhurst Road to Lee. Northwest Indiana, good for now. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560 Traffic Center.
ChicagoRadioDeals.com saves you money so you'll have room for improvement. Home improvement. The Grout Medic is offering shower touch-ups for $110 to make your shower and tub area look like new again. It's a steam cleaning and sanitizing process on all your tile surfaces. The Grout Medic will reseal your grout, hand buff the tiles. That's a $250 retail value, and wait until you see the before and after results. It is a picture you can post on your Instagram. Also from the Grout Medic is a clean and color seal floor cleaning. This includes steam cleaning your grout, washing the tiles, and applying a color sealer to match. Process normally retails for $250, only $110 at ChicagoRadioDeals.com. So make your way to ChicagoRadioDeals.com for huge savings on air ducts cleaning, dryer vent cleaning from Royal Air. There's certificates to Addison Supply and more. Find it all at ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
You've always dreamed of a second home to get away to on the weekends, a place to escape. Maybe a place where you can retire. That dream is closer than you ever imagined, and Turnkey Homes can help make it happen. Think of it, a getaway home in Lake Geneva, Fox Lake, Richmond, Harvard, or Woodstock. It's country living where you can leave every day behind and relax, yet still be close to everything. Check out 10 complete turnkey home and lot packages at great prices right now at turnkeyhome.com with packages from $169.9 to $199.9. And include a full basement, oversized 2-car garages, appliances, and custom color selections. Turnkey Homes has been building beautiful quality modular homes for over 30 years. And when you're ready, your dream home can be completed in around 90 days. Each Sunday in September, meet Turnkey Homes in Hebron from noon to 5. For more info, visit turnkeyhome.com. That's turnkeyhome.com. Or call 262-930-7969.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
About 6 years ago, I was diagnosed with congestive heart failure. I went from being able to work 14, 16 hours a day with no problem to where I could barely walk a block to the store without having to stop and rest. I went on to the phytonutrients about 6 months ago, and within a couple of months, my medical doctor had cut my prescriptions down in a little bit smaller dosage. The next time I went back a month later, I walked into the doctor's office and he says, "My gosh, what's happened to you? You don't even look like the same person." He looked at my legs and the swelling had gone down. My blood pressure was down. The venous stasis ulcers that I had had on my legs for the last 4 or 5 years because of the poor circulation were all healed, and I'm feeling far better.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
A great smile can make you feel happy and confident. So when you consciously conserve your teeth, that glowing smile will show through. At Best Dental Group, Doctors Economos, Gevalis, Joshi, and their staff are ready to help you create that perfect look or maintain the one you have now. Along with general dentistry, Best Dental Group is a multidisciplined practice with an orthodontist, periodontist, and prosthetic specialists on site. They use the newest breakthroughs in dental technology, such as titanium implants, Invisalign clear braces, and laser treatments. Don't let fear get in the way. They can recommend sedation to make your experience as comfortable as possible. Best Dental Group is located in historic downtown Bartlett and is a multilingual office. Call 630-830-4930. That's 630-830